Chapter 134. A fragrant wind lingered in the air. Yen Chutian raised his blood-stained face, and what entered his eyes was the face of a 14 or 15-year-old girl. The girl looked at him with a trace of anger, but also a trace of gentleness. Yen Chutian knew that she should be Loring, but Loring was clearly a 10-year-old girl. How did she suddenly grow so much? "You are Loring?" After landing, Yen Chutian also asked in shock, but he didn't want to open his mouth and more blood flowed out, so he had no choice but to close his mouth. The dark red blood dripped onto the girl's white clothes, appearing very dazzling. But Loring acted as if she didn't see it. Instead, she lifted the corner of her clothes and gently wiped away the blood on Yen Chutian's mouth. Loring's sudden gentleness clearly made Yen Chutian a little stunned, and Loring seemed to have realized this point in hindsight. Her gentle face flushed red, and the redness spread all the way to her sparkling earlobes. But after being shy, Loring still generously raised her head and snorted. "Just now was a critical moment for me to break through, and because of that, I also unlocked some seals. This is all because of your protection. So no matter what, thank you." Cough cough. "Senior Sister Loring is too polite, but you should still put me down." Yen Chutian coughed dryly. Hearing this, Loring's face turned even redder. She quickly let go of him and sat down, but at the same time, her red lips couldn't help but softly mutter, "Humph, unromantic." Hearing Loring's words, Yen Chutian could only remain silent. He knew that Loring might have developed a good impression of him because of his protection, so he could only look down and ignore her. At the same time, Yen Chutian, who was barely able to sit down, quickly took out a small Restore Dan and swallowed it. When the medicinal power gradually spread out, his complexion became better. He then sat cross-legged and silently healed his injured body. At the same time, the young man who followed Su Kong seemed to have finally recovered from his shock and quickly rushed to where Su Kong was. When he helped Su Kong up, Su Kong's appearance was much uglier than Yen Chutian's, because the main reason why he was in such a miserable state was because he was smashed to the ground. After being helped up by the young man, Su Kong couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His somewhat panicked eyes gradually focused, and he finally recovered some vigor. And after he recovered, he quickly took out a pill like Yen Chutian and swallowed it. The pills he took out were obviously quite effective as well. After consuming them, his condition quickly stabilized as well. But after stabilizing his condition, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. This was because he knew that his attack just now had only injured his opponent. In other words, all his arrogant words just now were like a joke. At the same time, cries of surprise rang out like waves in the distance. This was because the final situation was out of everyone's expectations. Su Kong, who used the Great Buddha Thousand Demonic Hands, was actually unable to suppress his opponent, and both sides were injured. How is this possible? Su Kong, who used the Great Buddha Thousand Demonic Hands, actually couldn't suppress the Southern Region Holy Sun. That Southern Region Holy Sun is so strange that he could even block the Great Buddha Thousand Demonic Hands? This is heaven-defying, heaven-defying. A guy who hasn't even stepped into the Elixir Realm is actually comparable to Su Kong, who is in the Elixir Realm. Since when did such a freak appear in the Southern Region? Not to mention the Southern Region Holy Suns, even the Northern Region Holy Suns were exclaiming from the bottom of their hearts. Even new Holy Suns like them, who had always been proud of themselves, had to admit that compared to Yen Chutian, they were much dimmer. This was because Su Kong was the best among the new Holy Suns of the Northern Region, and they believed that none of them could block the Great Buddha Thousand Demonic Hands that he used just now. At the same time, the Southern Region Holy Suns were also amazed. At this time, they had changed from looking at him seriously to looking at him with reverence. Like the other Holy Suns of the Northern Region, they all believed that they would be defeated by Su Kong's Great Buddha Thousand Demonic Hands. But Yen Chutian blocked it with a difference in realm. How could they not be in awe of him? Since both sides were injured, Yen Chutian naturally had no intention of continuing to stay here. After recovering slightly, he stood up and looked at the gloomy Su Kong, then swaggered away. After Yen Chutian left, Loring naturally followed closely behind. Looking at the two of them leaving, Su Kong really wanted to tear them into pieces immediately. But the result of the battle just now was that both sides were injured, so what could he do? Moreover, he could clearly feel that Loring had stepped into the second level of elixir. Her cultivation was genuine, and she was not like him, who had just barely managed to reach the second level with the great Buddha 1,000 demonic hands. Therefore, to be honest, she now had the strength to defeat him, and he could not say anything else. With no one stopping them, the two of them walked more than 300 meters in the blink of an eye. Then, they found a low valley, and Yen Chutian sat down cross-legged to recover. When Yen Chutian recovered, Loring once again became his protector. But in fact, they did not really need to pay attention to others now, because her elixir level 2 cultivation was the strongest among all the holy sons who had entered this ancient sect ruins, who would not come and disturb her. Therefore, when she was not protecting him, Loring, who was bored to death, could not help but look at Yen Chutian with her beautiful eyes. She stared at him until he felt goosebumps all over his body. She opened her tightly closed eyes and said, "Why do you keep looking at me? Haha. I didn't expect you to be able to block Su Kong. Even after using the great Buddha 1,000 demonic hands, he could not gain the slightest advantage from you." Loring smiled faintly. When she was breaking through just now, she did not close herself to the outside world, so she knew everything that happened after Su Kong appeared. Therefore, even she could not help but feel shocked. Originally, she thought that Yen Chutian was just putting on a strong front, but she did not expect him to actually have the strength to fight with Su Kong. It had to be known that Su Kong was a quasi-elixir level 2 cultivator. Even a normal level 1 elixir level cultivator would not be his opponent, but Yen Chutian, who was only at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, was actually able to fight evenly with him. How could this not be shocking? If it was anyone else, even Loring herself, she would not have the slightest confidence to achieve Yen Chutian's level. Hearing this, Yen Chutian's expression was calm without any ripples. However, Loring seemed to have expected Yen Chutian to be like this, so she continued, "That Su Kong is the new Saint King of the northern region. You have greatly increased the prestige of our southern region and told those people from the northern region that our southern region's disciples are not soft persimmons that they can bully as they please." After saying this, Loring suddenly revealed a strange smile. "However, you should also be prepared. Because of your actions this time, I'm afraid that those disciples of the northern region will view you as a thorn in their side. They can't wait to get rid of you as soon as possible." Yen Chutian was still expressionless, but this time, he finally spoke in a soft voice. "It's only a matter of time. If I offend them, then so be it. So what?" Chapter 135. Heh. That's easy for you to say. Loring chuckled. Her eyes were filled with the youthful aura of a young girl. Although she was teasing him, there was no hint of mockery in her words. Instead, she solemnly warned, "You have to be careful. Although Su Kong is a king among the new holy princes of the northern region, it's only a recognition of his talent. There are countless experts in the northern region. To be honest, Su Kong can only be ranked at the bottom. He might not even be ranked first." Hearing this, Yen Chutian wasn't surprised at all. Since the Northern Territory was able to suppress the Southern Territory, then the quality of their disciples must be far higher than the Southern Territory. Therefore, it was normal for a new saint child like Su Kong to not be ranked in the top. After warning Yen Chutian, Loring saw his serious expression and laughed. She continued, "However, you're already very outstanding. You're on par with a quasi-elixir second-layer cultivator when you're only at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. This is unique in the entire Heaven's secret sect. I believe that as long as you have enough time to grow, you can definitely compete for the title of the number 1 Holy Prince of the Southern region, or even the number 1 disciple of the Heaven's secret sect. Luo Ling suppressed her and praised her. How could Yan Chutian not know that she was doing this for her own good? Therefore, Yan Chutian nodded slightly to show his kindness. Yan Chutian would not say anything more. He would not tell her that he was going to compete for the position of the top Holy Prince of the Southern region in a few months and represent the Southern region against the Northern region. Because he knew that if he said such words, he would seem crazy. Even though he had obtained some dazzling results, it was still a fool's dream to compete with the top Holy Princes of the Southern region or even the Northern region. After all, even the top Holy Princes of the Southern region had at least the strength of the Elixir 4th layer. It was easy for a Holy Prince of that level to suppress a 2nd layer Elixir cultivator. However, Yan Chutian had great confidence in what others saw as a lunatic's ravings. He firmly believed that he could quickly grow in the remaining time and reach that level. And all this time, hadn't he been creating miracles that were impossible in the eyes of others? On the land of the ancient sect ruins, after the wonderful battle ended, many of the holy sons of the North and South region continued to look for possible opportunities. However, that battle was destined not to be forgotten by them. When they left this place, that battle with a shocking result would definitely be brought back to their respective northern and southern regions. In reality, they did not have to wait for long. Soon, the jade slips carried by the Chosens emitted a buzzing sound. This indicated that the exploration of the ruins was nearing its end, and they were about to be teleported out. Thus, these holy sons no longer deliberately sought opportunities. Instead, they sat down cross-legged on the ground and used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate one last time. This was because the spiritual chi of heaven and earth contained an ancient charm. Cultivating here would allow cultivators to benefit greatly. It was truly precious. Buzz buzz. About an hour later, the jade slips emitted a buzzing sound again. Along with the buzzing sound, the jade slips actually gradually disintegrated, turning into wisps of spiritual energy ripples that spread out and enveloped their respective owners. Then, they forcefully pierced through space and shuttled back in the predetermined direction to return to the heavenly secret sect. Let's go. While being enveloped by the spiritual energy ripples, Loring softly called out to Yan Chutian. Then, she allowed the strange energy to carry her gradually maturing delicate body as it tore through space and left. Looking at the scene of Loring leaving, Yan Chutian softly exclaimed. Then, he stopped cultivating and stood up, allowing the strange energy to carry him and leave this place. The light and shadow in front of him were chaotic. When the scene of heaven and earth became clear, Yan Chutian found that he had already landed on a stone platform. Looking around, Loring landed behind him, near the boundary of the northern and southern regions. At the same time, the boundary of the northern and southern regions was surrounded by many disciples. After all, the newly promoted Holy Son was already considered an upper-class figure in the Heavenly Secrets sect. Naturally, he would attract the attention of many ordinary disciples. However, there were exceptions. For example, one of Yan Chutian's acquaintances was the top Holy Son of the southern regions, Su Jian. Su Jian's gaze swept over with arrogance in his indifferent eyes. However, when his gaze locked onto Yan Chutian, it was slightly unnatural. It was not difficult for Yan Chutian to understand. Perhaps it was because he did not look as miserable and dejected as he imagined. Then, it was also clear that when Su Jian's gaze swept to Su Kong, who was somewhere on the other side of the boundary, his expression became even more unnatural. It was as if he had already realized that the situation was not as he had expected. Secretly taking in everything, Yan Chutian could not help but chuckle softly. The situation that really happened was destined to disappoint this top Holy Son who had been scheming for a long time. Yan Chutian's gaze did not linger on Su Jian for long. Instead, he continued to look around. However, he did not see Enyang Master who had appeared when he entered the ancient sect's ruins. Instead, he saw a beautiful figure that he could not be more familiar with, Mu Wan. Mu Wan's appearance made Yan Chutian somewhat incredulous. This was because he knew that the one who controlled his body was not Xiaoyu, and not Xiaoyu. Yet, she was still waiting here. How could Yan Chutian not be shocked? However, Mu Wan did not seem to be prepared to let Yan Chutian see her. After glancing at him from afar, she quickly blended into the crowd, as if she wanted to leave silently. However, Yan Chutian had already discovered her. How could he let her leave silently like this? Yan Chutian immediately used the force to leap up and swept into the crowd. He landed in front of Mu Wan, who was about to leave, and said in a pleasantly surprised tone, Wan. When Yan Chutian suddenly appeared, Mu Wan knew that she had been discovered. This made her pretty face blush slightly. She had no choice but to raise her head and reveal her beautiful face. She said in a language that no one else could understand, I'm just here to see if you're doing well on her behalf. However, the moment the words left her mouth, Mu Wan regretted it. She felt that she should not have said such words. However, since the words had already left her mouth, she could not bring herself to change her words. And it was precisely because of Mu Wan's words that Yan Chutian's originally joyous expression turned awkward. After all, others might not understand what Mu Wan meant, but how could he not? I've gained quite a lot from the ancient sect ruins this time, Yan Chutian said awkwardly. Mu Wan could only lower her head and nod. Then, she went silent again. At the same time, many exclamations continuously came from behind. This was because at this time, the news of the battle between Yan Chutian and Su Kong had spread. Almost every disciple who heard the news was shocked and in disbelief. What? You're saying that Yan Chu is actually on par with the saint of the North region, Su Kong? That Su Kong is at the second stage of the quasi-elixir realm. Even some of the veteran saints of the South region are no match for him. However, that Yan Chu is not weak at all? What? After using the great Buddha thousand demon hands, Su Kong is still unable to suppress that guy from the North region? Chapter 136. All the disciples who heard about the battle were shocked, as if they had heard something extremely unbelievable. And it was indeed so. A peak spiritual transformation cultivator was actually able to fight against a second-stage quasi-elixir cultivator. How could they not be shocked? Somewhere in the crowd, Su Jian's face was also filled with shock. After a while, the shock gradually turned into a gloomy and ugly expression. How could he have thought that the method he used to make the other party suffer a disastrous decline would actually fail? Instead, it allowed the other party to once again display his strength and become famous. His gloomy eyes looked at Yan Chutian. Even though Yan Chutian did not react at all, he still felt that the other party's face was filled with ridicule. This made the anger in his heart surge like a monstrous wave. He could not wait to rush forward and ruthlessly trample on the other party. But Su Jian knew that he could not. How could he, and even more so, how could he dare to make a move on Yan Chutian in front of so many people? Therefore, he could only do his best to suppress the anger in his heart and leave in a rage. Countless shocked gazes gathered and locked onto Yan Chutian. Therefore, even though she knew his background, Mu Wan's face was still filled with shock and disbelief. And as if facing Mu Wan's expression, Yan Chutian's originally indifferent expression suddenly revealed a hint of pride. Perhaps in front of others, Yan Chutian could always be calm and collected, but in front of Mu Wan, he obviously could not be so. Yan Chutian's exaggerated reaction immediately caused the shock on Mu Wan's face to disappear. At the same time, she felt that it was a little funny. But even though she thought so, her face remained expressionless as she turned around and headed somewhere. Mu Wan suddenly left. Seeing this, Yan Chutian naturally hurriedly followed. Therefore, the two of them quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Although they had already left, from this day onwards, Yen Chu's name had once again spread throughout the entire Heaven's Secret sect. Many disciples in the southern and northern regions would definitely know this name. However, a tall tree attracts the wind. Just as Yen Chutian had expected, soon, a saint from the north region stood out and expressed their stance. If he encountered Yen Chu, he would definitely ruthlessly suppress him and display the might of the northern region. In the depths of a certain cold cave dwelling, a beautiful figure in white sat cross-legged with an indifferent expression, quietly listening to the words of the young girl in front of her. Even when the young girl finished speaking, the beautiful figure's expression did not change much. She only said to the young girl, "A layer of your seal has finally been undone. You should tell Master this good news as soon as possible." "Senior Sister Luo, of course I know this, but are you listening to me?" Yen Chu blocked Su Kong, who was at the Quasi-Origin Core Level 2, with the power of the Great Spirit Transformation stage. Even after using the Great Thousand Demon Hands, he was still helpless. "Yes." Qian Ying's beautiful face was still cold as she said indifferently, So, he might already be pretty good, but he is still only among the newly promoted saints. You have to be clear about yourself. Master has already said that after undoing the first layer of your seal, your talent and strength will greatly increase. So why should you care about others? Inside the luxurious hall, Su Jian, who had just entered, circulated his spiritual energy with one hand and fiercely slashed forward. Immediately, a majestic sword light appeared. The sword light flickered with a strange black and white color. Although it was silent, when it descended, the entire pavilion was annihilated. "Trash, all of you are trash. You can't even deal with this Yen Chu. What can you do after entering the northern region? You are still trash." Su Jian gritted his teeth and shouted. He had never thought that his meticulous plan would not be able to deal with Yen Chu at all. Instead, it had helped him. Therefore, he attributed everything to Su Kong. He was the one who had failed to live up to his expectations. It was his trash that had caused his plan to fail. And this time, his plan had failed. Who knew when he would be able to find a similar opportunity again? Qin Yi and Lu Yang were also the ones who heard the news. They originally thought that Yen Chutian would definitely lose his reputation, so they didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to a cripple. But who would have thought that the final result would be completely different from what the two of them had imagined? Not only did Yen Chu not suffer a crushing defeat, his name had instead spread and shocked the entire Heaven's Secret sect. As a result, how could the two of them sit still? Impatience spread out from the depths of their hearts. If the other party was allowed to grow a little more, wouldn't the two of them not be placed in his eyes at all and be suppressed with a raise of his hand? At that time, with the two of them going against him, how could they have a good ending? The entire Heaven's Secrets sect seemed to be in turmoil because of Yen Chutian, but at the same time, the main character of the incident had already returned to the cave and was quietly cultivating. However, when night fell, a middle-aged figure suddenly appeared here. Yen Chutian sensed a little and knew who it was. It was Han Chen, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Now, Han Chen's aura had truly stepped into the Yuanying realm. Obviously, he had been constantly breaking in with his physical body and his cultivation had gradually recovered. But it would take a lot of time and energy to recover to his previous level. Han Chen's appearance this time was very hidden. Perhaps it was because Mu Wan was not Xiaoyu, but he didn't alarm her. Looking at Han Chen who appeared in the cave, Yen Chutian's expression was indifferent. He raised his hand and slowly stopped cultivating. At the same time, Han Chen stared at Yen Chutian. He had been breaking in with his physical body all this time and didn't know much about the outside world. But as soon as he came out, he heard such important news. Even if he had some understanding of Yen Chutian, he was still shocked. Amidst his astonishment, Han Chen was also a little excited. Because the opponent that Yen Chutian had not lost to was the so-called newly ascended peak Saint's son of the northern region. It could be said that he had raised the eyebrows of the southern region. So the reason he came today was very simple. It was to reward Yan Chutian. When Yan Chutian came to know that Han Chern had come with this kind of source, she bluntly took out a brush and wrote down a list of all the things she needed. When Han Chern took the list and looked at it, his originally smiling face suddenly darkened. It was no wonder that he couldn't maintain his expression. The things that Yan Chutian wrote on the list were really too impolite. But he had already boasted just now, and he really couldn't bring himself to go back on his words. He could only take the list and glare fiercely at Yan Chutian. He said angrily, "The things you want are not simple. It's impossible to get them all in a short time." "It's okay. Elder Han can get as much as you want." Yan Chutian didn't care. He didn't expect Han Chern to bring everything immediately. That was too unrealistic. He didn't even expect Han Chern to help him gather these things. He didn't expect that he would actually agree. And since Yan Chutian said so, Han Chern naturally could only silently keep the list. After calming down slightly, he continued, "Although your performance is very outstanding, you're at most a new holy son. There's a big gap between you and the top holy sons of the southern region, not to mention those in the northern region." Chapter 137. Even though Chiao Yu or Mu Wan had not made any moves during this time, Han Chern did not forget about them. That was because the ability she had displayed that day was too powerful. It was also because of her that Han Chern had invited the two of them into the Tianji sect. Yan Chutian did not refute Han Chen's words because it was indeed as Han Chern had said. If Chiao Yu was allowed to unleash his greatest strength without any scruples, not to mention him, even all the disciples of the Heaven's Secrets sect would be no match for him. However, that was the problem. Chiao Yu could not unleash her power without any scruples. The price was too great and she could not bear it. Yan Chutian did not want to see that happen. Yan Chutian worked so hard to grow quickly. On one hand, it was to deal with possible dangers. On the other hand, it was naturally to do his best to obtain a spot in the grand event of geniuses. He did not want Chiao Yu to take risks for him. Seeing Yan Chutian nod, Han Chern did not say anything else. However, in his mind, he still felt that Yan Chutian was most likely to rely on his senior sister in the end. Even if he did not admit it now, he would eventually understand when he met those top saints in the future. Then, Han Chern left the cave and disappeared into the dusky world. After Han Chen's arrival, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry to adjust his condition and seek a breakthrough. Because as long as he waited for Han Chern to send over some of the things he needed, he could be more prepared and have a better foundation for a breakthrough. Why should he be in a hurry? At the same time, he thought of Yin Yang Master. Mu Wan and Chiao Yu's situation had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be awkward no matter what. Moreover, he might be able to find a solution from Yin Yang Master. How could he miss it? However, before that, he had to properly inquire about Yin Yang Master. Only by knowing himself and his enemy would he be able to understand the secrets he needed from Yin Yang Master. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, Yan Chutian looked at the majestic giant peak in front of him. He could not help but recall the information he had gathered over the past 2 days. Not long after the Yin Yang Master's consciousness was split into two, the two Yin Yang Master were respectively overseeing the southern and northern regions. On the surface, it was to better protect the entire Tianji sect, but Yan Chutian could guess some different meanings. When one's consciousness was split into two halves, perhaps nothing would happen in a short period of time. However, after a long time, how could there not be any abnormality? And it was probably because the other half of the consciousness was different. The Yin Yang Master was forced to live in the northern regions and barely able to coexist peacefully. When he guessed this, Yan Chutian's eyes could not help but flash. He felt that this might be an opportunity for him to negotiate with the Yin Yang Master. When he thought of this, Yan Chutian no longer thought about it. He slowly climbed the Saint Master Peak according to his thoughts. The Yinyang Master of the southern region had always lived on the peak of the Saint Master Peak. However, it was not easy to climb the Saint Master Peak. The Yinyang Master was temperamental and had set up 3 tests on the Saint Master Peak. Only disciples who passed the 3 tests would have the opportunity to see him. Stepping onto the mountain path on the Saint Master Peak, Yan Chutian's expression was indifferent. He was not nervous in the slightest. Even though he did not know what the 3 tests were, even though he knew that the 3 tests would stop many southern region disciples, and even veteran holy sons like Lu Yang would not have the opportunity to see the Yinyang Master because of this. However, Yan Chutian was confident. This was his full confidence in himself. Tap, tap, after climbing the mountain path and walking for several hundred feet, his surroundings remained the same. There was nothing out of the ordinary. However, after walking for several hundred feet, his surroundings remained the same. Even though he did not use his spiritual eye, Yan Chutian could guess what was going on. When he opened his spiritual eye as expected, a large and complicated array came into view. He was in the middle of the array. If he did not realize this and continued to walk forward, he would probably be trapped in the array forever. This was a huge trapping array. At the same time, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that this trapping array was different from the array that Luo Hai had set up. Not only did it have the form of an array, but it also had array intent. In other words, the Yinyang Master was a true array master. As a result, Yan Chutian became even more excited and solemn. A true expert in the Tao of arrays was much stronger than Luo Hai, who was a dabbler in Tao of arrays. The power of the Tao of arrays was much more powerful and ever-changing than that of Luo Hai. Even if he had some achievements in array Tao, he could not be underestimated. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would suffer greatly. The spiritual eye opened wider and wider. The spiritual light constantly scanned the surroundings. Yan Chutian was looking for the array core of the barrier. The array core was the center of the array. It was also the weakest position. It could be broken in one strike. Therefore, this was the simplest way to break the array. However, even though he had the spiritual eye, he actually found Luo Feifei, who seemed to be at the array core. It was obvious that the Yinyang Master was too cunning. This was done on purpose to confuse the person trying to break the array. However, today, the Yinyang Master had miscalculated. Perhaps these many illusions could confuse an ordinary cultivator. However, it was nothing to Yan Chutian. That was because he had the spiritual eye. With the power of the spiritual eye, all the suspected array cores would be taken into his eyes. As long as these places were destroyed, why would he worry about not being able to break the array? Yan Chutian's way of thinking was extremely good. His logic was impeccable. However, when he truly broke through a suspected array core, he could feel the faint changes in the surroundings. His face could not help but darken. He could clearly feel that because of his destruction, the trapping array seemed to have become more mysterious. It was as if his destruction was helping the trapping array. Yan Chutian was not a fool. After one strike, he realized where the problem was. The Yinyang Master had obviously anticipated this. Therefore, these fake array cores were all connected to some array. If they were destroyed, it would instead increase the strength of the trapping array. In other words, the trapping array would be strengthened by the person trying to break the array. Understanding this point, Yan Chutian could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. This meant that he had fallen into the Yinyang Master's trap. Yan Chutian's face became even more solemn. At this point, how could he not understand that the Yinyang Master's understanding of array Tao was not low? However, this did not make Yan Chutian unhappy. Instead, he became even more excited. This was because he had finally met a decent array Tao person. Yan Chutian looked around again. The spiritual light in his eyes became even brighter. However, he did not continue to look for array cores. Instead, he looked for array foundations. Perhaps looking for array foundations sounded like a fantasy to others. However, it was not difficult for Yan Chutian. This was because he had a pair of 1 in a million spiritual eyes. Chapter 138. The existence of the formation base was different from the formation eye. Even if the person who set up the formation could not deliberately hide it, it was almost impossible for others to find it, because there was nothing special about the formation base. Even if it was found, it would be ignored. Because of this, almost no one would think of using the formation base to break the formation. After all, if one could not even find the formation base, how could one break the formation? It was just that Yan Chutian was somewhat surprised by this because he possessed a 1 in a million spirit eye. With his spirit eye and his own experience in array Dao, it was not impossible for him to find the array foundation of the barrier. Yan Chutian was confident, so he quickly scanned all over the formation. However, at the same time, the gaze in the dark that was like a ruler thought that Yan Chutian had given up. In his opinion, if he did not even look for the formation eye, how could he break the formation? Therefore, he slowly looked away. A disciple who could not break the first layer of the formation test was not worthy of his attention. Thinking about it, as long as he made a futile struggle, he would fail and retreat. Yan Chutian did not know that there was a gaze in the dark that was looking away with disappointment. At this time, he was completely focused on finding the formation base. Because of the special existence of the formation base, even Yan Chutian did not dare to guarantee that he could easily recognize it, so he had to scan it repeatedly. Therefore, after half a day, he finally found a trace of strangeness. At this time, he was staring at a foot-tall sapling in front of him. Even if the sapling was ordinary and had nothing special, he still felt something. With this thought, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate and immediately smashed the sapling with his palm. When the sapling was smashed by Yan Chutian, it turned into rays of light and dissipated. Obviously, Yan Chutian's detection was not wrong. When Yan Chutian destroyed the formation base, a gaze that had already moved away stared at him again. At this time, the pair of eyes that had been calm all this time were actually filled with shock. This was an emotion that had not been revealed when Yan Chutian immediately found the formation eye. In the dark, there was a whisper that was also filled with shock. Finding the array base is just a coincidence? However, no one could give him an answer. What he was left with was Yan Chutian looking for his back as before. If the destruction of the first formation base could be said to be a coincidence, then when the second, third, and even more formation bases were destroyed in succession, that strand of shock was magnified to the maximum because it was absolutely impossible for it to be a coincidence. And then, under this pair of eyes, Yan Chutian found and destroyed the base of the matrix faster and faster. In the end, even the owner of this pair of eyes had to admit that this little guy in the matrix had indeed exceeded his expectations. He had actually found a way to break the matrix, and it was by destroying the base of the matrix that was almost impossible. After the shock, his eyes were still calm. Although Yan Chutian's actions had surprised him a little, it was not enough to cause him to be greatly shocked. To be honest, this trap array was only the simplest of the 3 tests he had set up. There were still 2 more tests to go. But this was a bit more interesting. Today there were actually 2 extraordinary disciples. As time passed, Yan Chutian did not know how many formation bases he had destroyed. He only knew that those formation bases were hidden behind the eyes of the camouflage array. Actually, it was easy to understand. Destroying these camouflage arrays would make the entire trap array even stronger. There was naturally a close connection between the 2, and the formation bases were clearly the link. When another formation base was destroyed, the originally stable formation finally began to move. Looking over, the stone path leading to the top of the mountain suddenly began to distort. Amidst the distortion, thick cracks continuously appeared above the space, and in the next instant, the entire image shattered. After the scene was fragmented, a brand new world appeared before Yanchutian's eyes. Previously, if he didn't compare it, he wouldn't have known. Now that he compared it, he realized that this brand new world revealed a sense of reality, while the previous scene revealed a sense of falsehood. At this time, Yanchutian naturally understood that he had passed the first test. After passing the test, Yanchutian heaved a sigh of relief. The first test could not be said to be difficult, but it was definitely not simple. At least, it was enough to stop most first or second stage elixir saints. It was also because of this that Yanchutian could not help but look forward to the next two tests. Therefore, he did not hesitate for long and continued to advance along the stone path towards the top of the mountain. Not long after, he appeared at the mountainside. There was a flat square here, and the square was densely packed with stone tablets like a forest. At this moment, there was a beautiful figure in white standing in front of one of the stone tablets, silently looking at it. Yanchutian looked over. When he saw the face of the beautiful figure in white, he could not help but be shocked. This beautiful figure was actually Luo Shui. Yanchutian did not expect Luo Shui to appear here. Similarly, Luo Shui did not expect him to suddenly appear. Not to mention a new saint, even veteran saints like Lu Yang and Qin Yi would find it extremely difficult to ascend here. However, when she thought of the recent storms, she understood. This guy in front of her was able to exchange blows with the elixir saint of the North region, so he naturally had some extraordinary aspects. Many thoughts seemed to have surfaced in Luo Shui's mind, but in fact, it happened in an instant. During this process, her beautiful face remained indifferent like frost. She glanced at Yanchutian before retracting her gaze and looking at the stone tablet in front of her. Seeing that she was ignoring him, Yanchutian did not want to be snubbed. He also retracted his gaze and looked around. Finally, his gaze locked onto a tall stone tablet in front of him. Comprehend a level 4 spiritual spell from the tablet forest and execute it on the stone tablet within 30 minutes. You will pass the test. Repeating in his heart, Yanchutian's eyes could not help but brighten. He did not expect the second test to be so strange. It tested the challenger's comprehension. He guessed that it might not be difficult to comprehend a spiritual spell, but the key was to execute it within 30 minutes. This was not a small problem. After all, a spiritual spell that could reach level 4 of the spiritual grade, even if it was not powerful, would require the cultivator's talent and comprehension to be extremely strong to execute it within 15 minutes. However, this test was still not difficult for him because he had a lot of experience from his previous life. The spiritual spells he had mastered were also countless. It was very helpful for him to comprehend and execute spiritual spells. It was even possible that he already knew the spiritual spell recorded on the stone tablet. That would be even easier. Chapter 139. Just like Luo Shui, Yanchutian also stood in front of a stone tablet and stared at it silently. But what made him a little surprised was that this was clearly a wordless stone tablet, so how could one comprehend a spirit art? Fortunately, Yanchutian didn't understand, but he knew that Luo Shui definitely knew, so he looked in Luo Shui's direction and observed her actions. Under this observation, Yanchutian finally understood how to open the stone tablet in front of him. Then, like Luo Shui, Yanchutian slowly poured his spiritual power into the stone tablet. After the spiritual power was poured in, the smooth stone tablet had a continuous light shadow that seemed to be a series of inexplicable patterns. But before he could identify it carefully, the image quickly disappeared. Then, no matter how much spiritual power Yanchutian poured in, the stone tablet was dead silent. How could Yanchutian not know that the light shadow was a medium for a spirit art? But he obviously missed this opportunity because he didn't know the situation. But since he missed it, Yanchutian didn't care too much and quickly changed to another stone tablet. Like before, he slowly poured in his spiritual power. This time, even if Yanchutian was prepared, The result still ended in failure because he didn't expect that the light-shadow pattern wouldn't appear on the stone tablet, but complicated and profound ancient words. Then, he tried again, and the image on the other stone tablet was completely different from the previous one. This made Yan Chutian a little stunned. No wonder even Luo Shui was stopped by this test. Not only was the spirit art recorded on each stone tablet different, even the method of revealing the spirit art was baseless and varied. While Yan Chutian was constantly changing the stone steels at an extremely fast speed, Luo Shui's beautiful eyes were slowly retracted. The situation was as she expected. Even if he could stir up a storm in the Tianji sect, his performance here was too poor. Perhaps he was now distressed by the various images on the stone tablet? Withdrawing her gaze, Luo Shui became more focused. Today, she wouldn't let herself be stopped by this test again. She had to pass the second test. But Luo Shui didn't know that under the surface of the stone tablets that Yan Chutian seemed to be in a hurry to change. He had gradually found a pattern. The images on the stone tablets seemed to be disorderly, but in fact there was a pattern. And this pattern was based on the entire stone tablet forest in the square. It seemed to be a random forest, but it could also be said to be a formation. As for why Yan Chutian could see this point quickly, it was due to his rich experience. Moreover, he didn't blindly pursue and pass the test according to the method prescribed by the stone tablet. Even Luo Shui couldn't have these 2 points. Since even his background had been seen through by Yan Chutian, this test naturally wouldn't be able to stop him. He continuously made hand. Then, on this stone tablet, a set of images that Yan Chutian saw on the first stone tablet appeared again. Even though the images only appeared for a short time, when Yan Chutian opened the next stone tablet, the images that appeared were still the same. Therefore, even though it didn't take long, when the images appeared on all the stone tablets, the total time was terrifying. With Yan Chutian's comprehension and experience, if he still couldn't figure out this spiritual art, it was his own problem. However, Yan Chutian obviously wouldn't have such a problem. After staring at the images 5 times, his eyes focused and a look of understanding flashed across his face. Absolute Soul Palm? It doesn't attack the cultivator's body, but directly attacks his consciousness. What an overbearing spiritual art! Yan Chutian muttered to himself. Although this spiritual art was good, it wasn't to the extent that it surprised him. After all, it wasn't that he didn't know spiritual arts that directly attacked the cultivator's consciousness. They were even more powerful than the absolute soul palm. However, directly attacking one's consciousness would cause a certain amount of damage to one's consciousness. For example, if one attacked another with one's palm and spiritual power, there would naturally be a backlash. It was unavoidable. Compared to the backlash from one's spiritual power, the damage to one's consciousness was much more serious. Therefore, Yan Chutian didn't or was unwilling to use it casually. Because Yan Chutian had some understanding of this type of spirit technique, even though it was only a short incense stick's worth of time, he had roughly grasped this absolute soul palm. Then, he forcefully executed it and slapped his palm on the steel. When the palm landed on the stone tablet, there wasn't any shocking sound. This was because the absolute soul palm was a method to attack one's consciousness. It would directly affect the cultivator's consciousness, and there wouldn't be any huge power on the surface. However, it should be because the stone tablet didn't have any consciousness that could be attacked that Yan Chutian didn't feel any backlash. However, what made him feel strange was that his palm didn't seem to hit anything. It was as if the stone tablet in front of him was illusory. But soon, Yan Chutian understood why. A moment after the palm strike, the tranquil stone tablet emitted a faint radiance. As the radiance surged, spiritual energy ripples extended out and wrapped around his body. After that, the ripples of light directly swept Yan Chutian to the higher levels of the sacred master peak. It was obvious that he had passed the second test. At the same time, Luo Shui, who saw the other party successfully pass the test in front of her, was shocked. Even though she had always been indifferent to everything, she couldn't hide the shock in her heart just now. The guy who she thought was ordinary just now actually passed the test in front of her in the blink of an eye. How could his speed be so fast? It had to be known that even she couldn't pass the second test so quickly. It wasn't even the first time she had passed the second test. Moreover, how much time did the other party spend on the second test? Yan Chutian didn't know that his rapid passing of the test had caused such a huge shock to Luo Shui. However, even if he knew, he might feel that it didn't matter. After all, he had caused too many people to be shocked. Adding Luo Shui wouldn't make much of a difference. Now, his main concern was the third test that he was about to face. He knew that when the spiritual power ripples put him down, the third test would appear in front of him. The spiritual power ripples swept Yan Chutian forward and only put him down when he reached the top of the mountain. At this time, looking into the distance, he could vaguely see a huge palace hidden in the forest in front of him. Yan Chutian knew that it should be where the Yinyang master of the southern region was. However, on the ground in front of him there was a huge chess game. It was clearly visible that the red chess pieces on Yan Chutian's side were only left with a few chess pieces. Once the black chess pieces made a few more moves, the red chess pieces would be completely annihilated. This was clearly a dead chess piece. Do I have to break the chess game to pass the last test? Yan Chutian muttered to himself. Looking at the several dead red chess pieces, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. Perhaps this chess game was a dead chess game for others. There was no way out at all. Even if they thought about it for a few days and nights, they couldn't think of a way to break the game. However, it wasn't the same for him, because since it was a dead chess game, he could just break it directly. Why should he be so rigid? Thinking of this, he immediately raised his right palm and manipulated the spiritual power to gently press down on a black chess piece across the air. The majestic spiritual power surged. No matter how strong the black chess piece was, it was crushed by Yan Chutian and turned into powder. With one less black chess piece, the red chess piece got a chance to breathe, and the dead chess piece was also solved. However, before Yan Chutian had time to rejoice, the many black chess pieces seemed to be enraged. They were filled with spiritual power aura, and then they burst toward Yan Chutian to suppress him. Every black chess piece that came crashing down carried an aura that was enough to seriously injure a first-level primal core practitioner. In such a ferocious situation, even if a true first-level primal core practitioner saw it, he could only choose to flee quickly. Facing it head-on would only result in serious injuries or even death. However, facing such a situation, Yan Chutian's face became a little excited. Looking at the overwhelming number of black chess pieces that burst toward him, he whispered, "Is this the real third test?" As he whispered, Yan Chutian's face showed no fear. Perhaps such an attack was enough to severely injure any level 1 elixir cultivator, and a perfect spiritual transformation cultivator could only cover his head and flee. However, he was not in that category. Chapter 140. The sky was filled with black chess pieces. Each chess piece carried an extremely terrifying power. Even if a cultivator at the first level of elixir was to face them, they would only end up being seriously injured. Therefore, if there were others here, it would be difficult to imagine that Yan Chutian dared to stand directly under the chess pieces. Unfortunately, there were no other disciples present. Even Luo Shui, who was the closest, should still be trapped before the second test and struggling to break through. Numerous chess pieces whistled as they descended. At this time, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and immediately manipulated the vigorous spiritual energy in his body. The majestic spiritual energy that had fused with the mysterious yang qi spread out and surrounded his body like clothes. The light patterns on the surface of the spiritual energy flickered. Each light pattern surged with a thick protective power. It was as if no matter how large the force bombarded it, it would not cause any damage and would be resisted. This was a defensive spiritual technique that Yan Chutian used. It was ranked at the 5th level of the spiritual grade and could not be described as not powerful. Boom boom! The first chess piece, wrapped in a magnificent power, descended and fiercely impacted Yan Chutian's defense. And this defensive spiritual technique did not let him down. Even though the attack was amazing, it was slowly offset by the cloth-like defense. Even when the entire chess piece was exhausted and dissipated, it did not cause any damage. However, before Yan Chutian could rejoice, the second, third, and even more chess pieces continued to attack. With so many attacks coming one after another, even if his defensive spiritual technique was powerful, there were still signs of it being unable to withstand. Visible to the naked eye, fine cracks spread out on the cloth-like defense. It was afraid that if it resisted a few more attacks, it would be completely shattered. Seeing this scene, how could Yan Chutian foolishly wait for his defense to be broken? He immediately stomped his right foot on the ground, and a vast amount of spiritual energy surged out, crazily spreading toward the ground. Then, he cast a seal and slammed it on the ground. The moment the seal hit the ground, the vigorous spiritual energy that had previously surged into the ground was triggered. It was as if the ground rumbled and a giant creature slowly struggled out of the ground. This was also a spirit technique, and its grade wasn't low either. It was at the 4th stage of the spirit grade. However, the giant beast had only struggled for a few breaths before several black chess pieces surged forth and slammed into its body. Even though the giant beast roared furiously, it was quickly destroyed, turning into spiritual light that quickly dissipated in the air. The defense was broken once again, and nearly half of the chess pieces that filled the sky had been used up. This made Yan Chutian have no choice but to admit the difficulty of this test. Even if a second-level elixir practitioner was to face it, even if they could resist for a while, they would not be able to persevere until the end. At the same time, Yan Chutian understood that the power of the chess piece's attack could be strong or weak. It should be because his cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, so the power of the chess piece's attack was only at the first layer of elixir. If it was Luo Shui, it wouldn't be to such an extent. Returning to the topic at hand, the remaining chess pieces continued to shoot over. Yan Chutian did not hesitate and formed another seal to resist them. After a full quarter of an hour, the chess pieces in the sky disappeared, and there were only a few black chess pieces left on the chessboard. However, Yan Chutian's current appearance was not good. Just now, he had used his body to block the last black chess piece. Even if the profound yang physique did not injure his body, the clothes on his body were already in tatters. At the same time, the continuous resistance had consumed a large amount of spirit energy in his dantian. If he did not recover, any peak of the spirit transformation realm cultivator would be able to easily suppress him. However, now was not the time to rest. Taking advantage of this excellent opportunity, Yan Chutian naturally made his move again. He manipulated the remaining red chess pieces to kill the black chess pieces. When the last black chess piece disappeared from the chessboard, Yan Chutian finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat down cross-legged and began to recover. What he did not expect was that while he was recovering, an inch-long jade bottle slowly floated over from the top of the mountain and floated in front of him. The next moment, an indifferent middle-aged man's voice suddenly sounded. "Take the pill and come up." In this situation, Yan Chutian did not need to guess to know that it was the Yin-Yang master who had spoken. Since it was him, Yan Chutian did not suspect anything. He opened the jade bottle and took the pill inside. This was a pill similar to the small restore pill. After refining it a little, the rich medicinal power began to restore the spirit energy in Yan Chutian's body. While he was recovering, he took the last few steps and walked towards the palace hidden in the forest at the top of the mountain. When Yan Chutian appeared in front of the palace, the middle-aged man's voice came from the half-opened palace. "Come in." Yen Chutian followed the words and stepped into the palace. Under the banyan tree in the courtyard, a middle-aged man was silently sitting. At this moment, his eyes were locked onto him. Although he did not see the Yin-Yang Master's face that day, it was him. Yin-Yang Master's eyes were locked onto Yen Chutian. He then stood up and approached him step by step. As he walked closer, he did not remain silent. He continued to speak slowly. Yen Chu, one of the disciples brought back by Elder Han. Recently, you've caused a huge commotion in the southern region, and even in the entire Heaven Secrets sect. While speaking, Yin-Yang Master had been paying attention to Yen Chutian's reaction. In his opinion, if an ordinary young man heard him mention his dazzling achievements, he would have been overjoyed. However, the young man in front of him had a calm expression, as if he did not hear his words at all. Sure enough, the disciple brought back by Han Chen was not simple. Therefore, he did not say much and directly said, "Speak, why did you suddenly come to see me at Saint Master Mountain? According to the rules, since you passed the 3 tests, I will agree to a reasonable request of yours." Yen Chutian did not know that passing the 3 tests would allow him to make a request. However, after thinking about it carefully, this was not worth being happy about. After all, the request he was going to make was definitely not reasonable. Even so, he still directly said, "Saint Master, may I ask if I can obtain the consciousness-splitting technique that Saint Master cultivated?" When Yen Chutian spoke, the scene immediately became deathly silent. Yin-Yang Master stared at Yen Chutian without saying a word. Fortunately, Yen Chutian had long anticipated this. Even if the other party didn't open his mouth, he still said contentedly, "I believe this disciple's request has already exceeded the so-called reasonable. Therefore, this disciple is prepared to use some items to exchange for that cultivation technique." However, Yen Chutian's words did not move the Yin-Yang Master at all. He coldly stared at Yen Chutian and suddenly said coldly, "You can leave. I don't have what you need here." When his voice fell, he turned around and walked away. At this moment, Yen Chutian clearly felt a dense aura lock onto him from the surroundings, firmly locking him in place. He could only retreat now and could not move forward. However, Yen Chutian knew that he did not need to move forward. He believed that his next words would make the other party turn around. "Saint Master, may I ask if it is enough to exchange the consciousness-splitting technique for a technique that is already useless to you?" When Yen Chutian finished speaking, Yin-Yang Master suddenly stopped as expected. This also made Yen Chutian understand that his guess was not wrong. Even if the consciousness-splitting technique could be unified in the beginning, over time, it would eventually lead to disloyalty. Between these two Yin-Yang Master, they were probably planning on how to suppress the other and use it for themselves. The Yin-Yang Master in front suddenly stopped. In the next instant, he took a step forward and directly appeared in front of Yen Chutian. At this moment, Yen Chutian could feel a sharp aura lock onto him. If the owner of this aura moved slightly, he would be locked in place. This was something that could not be helped. The gap between the spirit transformation realm and the Yuanying realm was not small. No matter how many tricks Yen Chutian had, he was still very weak in front of absolute strength. However, Yen Chutian understood that the other party would definitely not lock him in place. After all, his words had clearly attracted the other party's attention. "Who are you? Do you know what you are saying?" The Yin-Yang Master's voice was like thunder. A powerful aura spread out, enough to suppress any elixir cultivator to the point that they could not raise their head. However, although Yen Chutian could not resist this aura, he did not feel any fear. He raised his eyes and looked directly at the Yin-Yang Master. Facing his sharp gaze, he said word by word, "I think the Saint Master knows better than anyone what I am saying. As for who I am only an ordinary spirit transformation realm disciple." Chapter 141. However, even though Yin-Yang Master found it hard to believe, he had to admit that the temptation in the other party's words was too great. Even if there was only a sliver of possibility, it was hard for him to ignore it. Therefore, he took a deep breath and finally turned around. The powerful aura that locked onto Yan Chutian dissipated, and his indifferent voice sounded again. "Follow me." As his voice fell, he did not wait for Yan Chutian's response and walked straight to the room at the back. His thoughts were simple. If the other party did not dare to follow him, then there was no need to say anything about helping him unify his consciousness. However, he was destined not to be disappointed. Following closely behind him, Yan Chutian also stepped into the room. Seeing that the other party had followed him in, Yin-Yang Master did not say anything. He only raised his hand and closed the door, then used his spiritual energy to seal the entire space. Only then did he finally speak. "Words are no proof. I need you to show me proof." Although the huge temptation was impossible to ignore, he was not a fool. Naturally, he would not listen to Yan Chutian's one-sided words. Yan Chutian had already expected Yin-Yang Master's doubts, so he immediately replied indifferently. "Then what kind of proof does the sacred teacher want me to show?" Yin-Yang Master's eyes were as sharp as blades as he stared straight at Yan Chutian. After a while, he continued, "How do you want to help me unify my consciousness?" "Soul control," Yan Chutian calmly replied, saying the two words that he had already confirmed countless times in his heart. "Soul control?" Yin-Yang Master's expression changed slightly. He had never heard of soul control. Could it be that he could directly control another person's soul? Soul control means to control another person's soul, as well as their consciousness. If the sacred teacher still doesn't believe me, then give me a spirit beast. You can't play any tricks in front of me. If you want a spirit beast, then I'll give it to you," Yin-Yang Master said confidently. He could clearly see that Yan Chutian's cultivation was only at the great circle of the spirit transformation realm. Even if he could fight above his level, he was still just an ant in his eyes, unable to cause any waves. Therefore, he wanted to see exactly how strong this so-called soul control was. A moment later, a giant python spirit beast was still lying quietly in the courtyard. Even if it had the strength of an elixir, it was only an ant in front of Yin-Yang Master. Under the pressure of his aura, it instinctively curled up and did not dare to move. "The spirit beast you want." After intimidating the spirit python, Yin-Yang Master looked at Yan Chutian. Then, he retreated several feet and waited for the so-called soul control. Yan Chutian did not fabricate the idea of soul control. It was a fact. Back then, in the heaven realm, there was a small force that used the soul control technique to stir up trouble. In the end, it was completely eradicated by Yan Chutian, because the soul control technique naturally fell into his hands. Because the soul control technique was very evil and the requirements were very harsh, Yan Chutian had almost never used it. He did not expect that he would use it today. Yan Chutian did not feel that it was inappropriate to tell the other party about the soul control technique. After all, the soul control technique was used on the other party and could not be considered to be harmful. The requirements to use the soul control technique were harsh. However, the giant python spirit beast was already suppressed by Yin-Yang Master. In addition, Yan Chutian now had a pair of spiritual eyes. Therefore, the difficulty was much lower than before. However, even so, it took Yan Chutian a lot of effort to use it. After a full hour, he straightened his body and looked at Yin-Yang Master, who had been quietly observing with narrowed eyes. "Sacred Master, the soul control technique has been completed." Hearing this, Yin-Yang Master remained silent. However, he vaguely felt that the giant python spirit beast was somewhat different from before. Although the snake's eyes were more sluggish than before, its entire body revealed a sense of flexibility. This was Hiss. Suddenly, the originally silent giant python spirit beast hissed and opened its mouth to continuously spit its tongue at Yin-Yang Master. It actually made a posture that showed that it was ready to attack at any time. He could not help but be shocked. This spirit beast had clearly been suppressed by him. Why did it suddenly dare to provoke him? Could it really be that its consciousness was controlled? Sacred Master, do you believe me now? As the giant python spirit beast spat its tongue, Yen Chutian placed his hand on its forehead. This spirit beast that dared to spit its tongue at Yin-Yang Master did not react to Yen Chutian's actions. Therefore, even Yin-Yang Master could not help but believe that its consciousness was controlled by Yen Chutian. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a burning desire in his heart. If he could control another body of consciousness like this, it would naturally be called a unified consciousness. He would not need to be restricted like he was now. Seeing the burning desire on the other party's face, Yen Chutian knew that he had already succeeded halfway today. Sure enough, after a few breaths, Yin-Yang Master said to him, "If this soul control is really effective, I can agree to your request." I will not disappoint, Sacred Master." Bang! A gentle jade fist blasted on the stone tablet. With the jade fist as the center, circles of ice crystals quickly spread out and sealed the entire stone tablet in ice. When the ice crystals shattered, the entire stone tablet also shattered. Immediately after, the spirit energy ripples spread out from the shattered stone tablet and carried her forward. Only then did Luo Shui let out a sigh of relief. This damn second test she finally passed. However, even if she passed, she still could not understand why Yen Chu could pass the test faster than her. Could it be that his comprehension and talent were higher than hers? Thinking of this, Luo Shui bit her red lips unwillingly. She had always been very confident in herself, even when facing her strange junior sister. Therefore, how could she be willing to be inferior to others in terms of talent and comprehension? However, she did not completely feel inferior because of this. After all, there were many possibilities to pass the test. Perhaps the other party relied on some unorthodox method. In short, she had to pass the third test as soon as possible. Today, she was determined to obtain the complete set of cultivation method. At the same time, in the depths of the hall, the Yin-Yang Saint Master heard Yen Chutian's unhurried explanation. His eyes flickered as he suddenly interrupted. "In other words, you are absolutely not allowed to use soul control without you? It's not that it has to be me, but I am the most familiar with the details. If Sacred Master is confident in yourself, you can use it yourself," Yen Chutian said generously. But he did not know that his so-called generosity made Yin-Yang Master secretly curse him several times. After all, no one was a fool. If the other party said so, how could he dare to perform the soul control alone? Otherwise, as Yen Chutian said, failure was a small matter, but it was a big matter to hurt himself and the enemy. Not to mention hurting himself, but even if he wanted to control another body of consciousness, he did not want to hurt it. After all, both of them were himself. Since the other party didn't utter a word, Yen Chutian naturally wouldn't go through the trouble of explaining the reason. He only smiled and said, "Saint Sovereign, since I have already spoken of the soul control technique, can Saint Sovereign also pass that cultivation technique to me?" Yin-Yang Master's eyes did not change. After a moment of silence, he said indifferently, "Of course. It's just a coincidence that I only have half of the cultivation method. The other half is in the hands of that rebellious body of consciousness. Therefore, I can only give you the complete cultivation method after I subdue it." Saying these obviously fabricated words, Yin-Yang Master's expression was solemn. His face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. It was as if he was stating facts. However, if Yen Chutian believed it, then he would have seen a ghost. How could there be such a coincidence? How could he foolishly believe that the cultivation method he needed was in the possession of half of each of these two people? However, how could he refute the other party's words? He could only follow along and say, "It's fine. Sacred Master can give this disciple half of the cultivation method." It won't be too late to give the other half to this disciple after I subdue that body of consciousness. As you wish. Yin Master did not hesitate at all. Moreover, he handed a jade slip to Yen Chutian as he spoke. After receiving the jade slip, Yen Chutian's consciousness entered it slightly. After a rough scan, he knew that this should be the reason why Yin Master's consciousness was split. Because there was a clear record that this method could cause a cultivator's consciousness to split. However, just as Yin Master said, this jade slip was only half of the cultivation method. The missing half was also the crucial part. Chapter 142. Sacred Master must be joking. I am just an ordinary disciple. If I need this cultivation method, I will naturally work hard to obtain it. Yen Chutian said with a faint smile, not revealing the slightest bit of information in his words. Seeing that Yen Chutian did not answer, Yin Master naturally would not ask again. He asked a few more details about the soul-controlling technique before frowning and saying, "As you said, this soul-controlling technique is extremely difficult to use. How can I find an opportunity to use it?" That is a problem that Sacred Master needs to consider. No matter what, I am just a little spirit transformation peak disciple. I can't find an opportunity to restrain the great Yin Master. Yen Chutian said without hesitation, causing Yin Master's expression to become even more gloomy. However, he also understood that this kind of opportunity could not be found by relying on a single disciple. Even if he found it, he would not be at ease. Thus, after thinking for a bit, he said in a low voice, "I understand. If I find an opportunity, this Sacred Master will inform you." Hearing this, Yen Chutian lightly nodded, then retreated from the depths of the hall and the entire Sacred Master peak. Looking at his departing figure, Yin Master's eyes were cold. Previously, he thought that between the two of them, Luo Shui was more outstanding. However, he gradually understood that Luo Shui was indeed outstanding, but this Yen Chu was the true monster. He even had an absurd guess in his heart. Could it be that this Yen Chu had been possessed by an old monster that had cultivated for 1,000 years? Otherwise, why would he act so strangely and not seem like an ordinary disciple at all? However, after thinking about it carefully, he rejected this guess. Not to mention that he did not sense any signs of possession from the other party. Because Yen Chutian was brought back by Han Chun, it was hard for him to doubt it. Han Chun had always been loyal to the southern region. It was impossible for him to bring back a scourge that could explode at any time. After staring for a long time until Yen Chutian completely disappeared from his sight, he finally withdrew his gaze. He could only think this way. Perhaps Yen Chutian had coincidentally obtained a powerful inheritance from some unknown place, which was why he was acting so mysteriously. After that, Yin Master looked over again because Luo Shui had also passed the third test. She ascended to the summit of the Sacred Master Mountain and was heading towards the palace. However, no matter how she performed, she was destined to be far inferior to Yen Chutian. After all, what Yen Chutian mentioned was a stalemate that had troubled him for countless years, a stalemate that he had been searching for a solution to. Although the short game with Yin Master was thrilling, in the end, he made the right bet. Thus, Yen Chutian couldn't help but secretly smile. He had finally taken a step towards resolving the relationship between Mu Wan and Qiu Yu. As long as he collected the entire cultivation technique and studied it, he might be able to find a way to separate the two's consciousness. At that time, Mu Wan would no longer be as miserable as she was now, and Qiu Yu would also be able to come back to life. Everyone would be happy. When Yen Chutian returned to the cave at sunset, he didn't expect that Mu Wan would be quietly waiting for him in front of the cave. Looking at his figure, her delicate body also stood up. With a burst of fragrance, she took a few steps forward and handed an exquisite jade bottle to him. "This is what Han Chun asked me to pass to you. He said that you would understand." Since it was given by Han Chun, Yen Chutian didn't even need to think to know that this was the item on the list he had made last night. He couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect Han Chen to prepare so quickly. However, thinking about it, it was understandable. Perhaps his recent performance had already caused him to value him greatly, right? Even if he couldn't compare to Chiu Yu, he was already incomparably close. After receiving the jade bottle, Yen Chutian did not care about Mu Wan's presence, and immediately took out the items inside. His gaze swept through them, and a rich joy gradually surfaced on his face. He then said, Wan I will be in closed-door cultivation for a period of time. If that Han Chen sends something over again, help me receive it, and pass it to me when I come out of seclusion. Mu Wan was intelligent, and after thinking for a moment, she thought of the reason, and said, I understand, but breaking through to the elixir realm is not an easy matter, you have to pay more attention. It could be said that the speaker had no intention, but the listener had a heart. Yen Chutian, who looked at Mu Wan, suddenly realized that she had unknowingly stepped into the elixir realm. Wan your cultivation speed is really... Yen Chutian felt rather helpless in his heart. It seemed that he had endless opportunities during this period of time, and his improvement was godly, but compared to Mu Wan it was nothing, and he was still left behind. And speaking of her own cultivation, Mu Wan couldn't help but raise her snow-white chin slightly proudly, and said in a lecturing tone, If you could cultivate quietly for a period of time like me, perhaps you would have broken through to the elixir realm long ago. Hearing this, Yen Chutian sighed in his heart. Mu Wan was indeed very different from Chiu Yu. One must know that Chiu Yu was someone who would not feel comfortable if she did not look for trouble, and would definitely not say something like cultivating quietly. And it was also because of this that Yen Chutian was even more determined to separate the two of them as soon as possible. Then, from that night onwards, Yen Chutian began a long seclusion. The so-called long seclusion was not just for show, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of a month had passed. And after such a long time had passed, Yen Chutian's cave was still quiet, but there seemed to be a huge aura constantly brewing, waiting for a moment to suddenly erupt, and it would definitely be extremely shocking. After so much time, the competition for the top saint was about to arrive. And because of this competition, the atmosphere of the entire Tianji sect seemed to have become tense once again. Because everyone knew that the competition between the top saints of the northern and southern regions would be the ultimate competition between the top saints of the two sides, Tianji. Since it dared to be named Tianji, the importance of Tianji was self-evident. Tianji determined too many things. Simply put, if the southern region won, then its opportunity to rise had arrived. And if the northern region won, it meant that the southern region would be suppressed even more severely, and if this continued, it might really be impossible for them to rise again. In the depths of the cave, as spiritual energy lingered, Yen Chutian's eyes, which had not opened for a long time, slowly opened. Until now, his cultivation had not broken through, but this did not mean that he had not done anything for such a long time, but that he had prepared himself to the extreme. Yen Chutian knew that he would soon be facing top disciples like Su Kong, so even if he broke through to the elixir realm, he might not be able to reach them in a short period of time. Even if he could reach them, it would be extremely difficult. So, he had to be fully prepared, at least to make preparations that would allow him to become one of the top saints. Don't disappoint me. Looking at the preparations around him, Yen Chutian whispered softly, and light surged in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, in another cave, Mu Wan gently opened her eyes, as if she had sensed something, and looked towards Yen Chutian's cave. Is it finally going to start? Mu Wan also softly murmured. With her understanding of Yen Chutian, she knew that he had not broken through until now because he was preparing for something. However, even she could not understand what kind of preparations Yen Chutian had made. Boom! Boom! The originally calm aura suddenly became violent. Looking at the turbulent gathering of the huge spiritual energy vortex, Mu Wan understood that Yan Chutian was about to break through. And it seemed that because of the long preparation, Yan Chutian's breakthrough was smooth, and he smoothly broke into the elixir realm. But if that was the case, there was no need for such a long time to prepare. But soon, Mu Wan knew the reason. Immediately after the breakthrough, the spiritual energy vortex did not dissipate, but gradually showed signs of becoming more turbulent. This made Mu Wan's beautiful eyes narrow slightly, and she whispered softly, "Is he about to condense runes?" In the elixir realm, one could condense runes on the elixir in the Dantian, and one had to condense at least 5 or more spiritual runes to break through the elixir realm and step into the Yuanying realm. Otherwise, one would be trapped in the elixir realm forever. This was a well-known fact. But condensing spiritual runes was not easy. Many 3rd or even 4th level elixir realm cultivators did not condense a single spiritual rune, and it was common. So it was no wonder that Yan Chutian had been preparing for so long. When he broke through to the elixir realm, he condensed his first spiritual rune. But just when Mu Wan seemed to know the reason, her beautiful eyes suddenly moved again. She stared at the spiritual energy vortex, and a trace of surprise gradually emerged. This feeling, you want to condense 2 spiritual runes at the same time? Mu Wan was anxious and angry. Condensing spiritual runes was extremely difficult, and once one failed, one would suffer a huge backlash. Ordinary cultivators would only try to condense spiritual runes if they did not have a solid foundation. Chapter 143. Knowing how difficult it was to condense a spirit rune, Mu Wan was very worried about Yan Chutian. It would be good if he could succeed in condensing the spirit rune. It would allow him to have shocking strength at the first level of the elixir and surpass his peers. But if he failed, the consequences would be disastrous. But no matter how worried she was, there was nothing she could do. Yan Chutian had already started condensing the spirit rune, and once he started, he could not stop. The only outcome was success or failure. In the depths of the cave, Yan Chutian was silent and focused. At this moment, his eyes were still closed, and he was looking inside his Dantian. He was looking at the elixir that was just born and was still a little tender. Next, he was going to condense 2 spirit runes on this newborn elixir. Since he was going to condense 2 spirit runes, Yan Chutian naturally knew how difficult it would be. But even if he knew, he had to do it. Only by condensing 2 or more spirit runes would he have the strength to fight against those peak saints at the 4th level of the elixir. Moreover, he had prepared for a long time, so he was not without confidence. He had spent nearly a month and a half to prepare for condensing 2 spirit runes at the same time. Huff, exhaling lightly, Yan Chutian slowly circulated his spirit energy. Then, he combined it with the things he had prepared and started condensing the spirit runes. During the process of condensing the spirit runes, time was of the essence again. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. During this half a day, Yan Chutian did not dare to relax at all. In fact, he became more and more serious. The closer it was to the end, the more he could not afford to make any mistake. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted and he would fail miserably. During this half a day, no matter how careful Yan Chutian was, there were several times where he almost failed. During these times, Yan Chutian's meticulous preparations played a role and helped him survive the failures. So half a day later, success or failure would depend on this one move. He had to completely condense the 2 spirit runes on the elixir. This was the final step and also the most important step. All the previous refinement was to make the spirit runes appear on the elixir, and this was the final step. With a heavy heart, Yan Chutian finally began to condense the spirit tattoo on the elixir. Under his best control, a sword-shaped spirit tattoo slowly condensed on a certain part of the elixir. However, he had only condensed half of the sword mark when the unconcealable will of collapse surged out like a tide. It was impossible to stop. This scene also made Yan Chutian's expression turn ugly. However, how could he give up so easily? He immediately clenched his teeth and persevered, forcibly stabilizing the spirit inscriptions and continuing to condense them. However, even though he barely managed to hold on, the feeling of collapse continued to spread. This caused Yan Chutian's expression to become increasingly ugly. It seemed that he had taken things for granted. Even though he was Yan Chutian and had a foundation of experience, he could not defy the heavens in every aspect. If he couldn't finish condensing 2 spirit inscriptions at the same time, how could he condense the second one? Damn it! Yan Chutian clenched his teeth and shouted. He was still unwilling to give up and persisted bitterly. His perseverance was indeed useful as it slowed down the spirit tattoo's collapse. However, there was a limit to it. If this continued, failure would be the only outcome. This possibility made Yan Chutian feel helpless. Even though he knew that he had taken things for granted, the price to pay was too high. If he failed to condense the spirit tattoo, he would not be able to condense another spirit tattoo within a short period of time. Moreover, he would also suffer from a backlash and damage to his dantian for a long period of time. All in all, the greater the advantage he would gain if he succeeded, the more severe the consequences he would have to bear if he failed. Everything in the world was relative. Even he could not avoid it. However, knowing that the consequences of failure were unimaginable, Yan Chutian could only watch as the spirit tattoo collapsed. The tattoo lines that he had tried his best to condense continued to collapse inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, less than half of the sword-shaped spirit tattoo was left. After a few breaths of time, even someone as determined as Yan Chutian was on the verge of despair. At the same time, he gave up his last feeble effort. He knew that he was going to fail miserably this time. However, just when Yan Chutian felt that he had failed, a wisp of pure aura quietly spread out from the second-grade mysterious yang qi kindling that had been silent for a long time and integrated into the elixir. With the integration of this aura, Yan Chutian was pleasantly surprised to find that the spirit tattoo had stopped collapsing. Instead, it automatically showed signs of condensing. Starting from the origin where only the head was left, the spirit tattoo slowly condensed and took shape. Seeing this scene, Yan Chutian did not hesitate. Overjoyed, he hurriedly continued to condense the spirit tattoo. However, the sudden reversal of the situation also made the next condensation of the spirit tattoo seem to be out of Yan Chutian's control. Even though the spirit rune was still in the shape of a sword, it was only a rough outline. There were mysterious runes that Yan Chutian didn't know about appearing on the sword blade. They carried a dense ancient aura that would cause one to feel intimidated. Even though the appearance of these mysterious lines made Yan Chutian feel that there was no harm, this was not his intention at all, so how could he stay calm? Immediately after, the second spirit tattoo was the same. This time, there was no need for him to condense the spirit tattoo. At the beginning of the condensation, a wisp of aura surged and integrated into the dantian. This time, even the shape of the spirit tattoo changed greatly. The original square cauldron turned into a 3-legged golden cauldron. On the body of the cauldron, there were also mysterious and ancient lines emerging. These lines were different from the lines on the sword-shaped spirit tattoo, but they obviously came from the same source. This strange scene completely overshadowed Yan Chutian's joy of successfully condensing 2 spirit tattoos. This was because he knew in his heart that if not for the sudden strange change, the condensation of his spirit tattoo would only end in failure. How could he have succeeded? Yan Chutian then tried to activate the spirit tattoo. However, activating 2 spirit tattoos was not a problem at all. Just like the spirit tattoos he had mastered in his previous life, those mysterious lines were just lines and would not affect him in the slightest. Under such circumstances, even if Yan Chutian still believed that these mysterious lines must have a special meaning, he could only leave it be for the time being. Otherwise, what else could he do? He had never heard of these lines before. He had never even heard of anyone being able to interfere with the condensation of spirit tattoos. All in all, this cultivation could be considered a success, and he had fulfilled all his expectations. At least, he had condensed 2 spirit tattoos, which already allowed Yen Chutian to have a lot of confidence in facing those top holy sons who were around the 4th level of elixir. Moreover, with these 2 spirit tattoos, his cultivation speed could also be increased by a lot. After all, almost all the practitioners' condensation of spirit tattoos was far from being able to keep up with their cultivation speed. None of them were like him, who had actually reversed the situation. Then, when Yen Chutian walked out of the cave residence where he had been in seclusion for almost 2 months, Mu Wan, who had been watching him for a long time, immediately came up to him and asked in a worried tone that both of them could understand. "How is it?" Seeing that Mu Wan was full of worry, even if Yen Chutian was still worried about his sudden strange situation, he could not bear to let her worry. Therefore, he smiled faintly and slowly opened his palm at an angle where only the 2 of them could see. "After going through so much danger, I finally succeeded." Looking at the 2 spirit tattoos that disappeared in Yen Chutian's palm, Mu Wan let out a sigh of relief. Then, she glared fiercely at Yen Chutian and said mercilessly, "Why are you so impulsive? It's good that you succeeded, but if you failed, have you thought of how serious the consequences would be? Haha, this is something that can't be helped. If you want to compete with those top holy sons as soon as possible, how can you not take some risk? Don't you still have me? At most, I'll go and snatch that slot back." Mu Wan snorted. However, before she finished speaking, her pretty face could not help but turn red. That was because her words sounded too ambiguous. Even a blockhead would be able to hear it. And sure enough, when her beautiful eyes secretly looked over, she saw that Yen Chutian was looking at her with his mouth wide open in shock. This immediately made Mu Wan's pretty face burn even more. She hurriedly looked away and said, "No matter what, you have to discuss with me before making any decisions in the future. I think that woman would definitely not want you to do such a crazy thing." "I know." Chapter 144. Time continued to pass quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. During this half a month, the atmosphere in the Heavenly Fates sect had already reached its peak. This was because everyone knew that in 5 days, it would be the day of the selection of the peak saints. At this time, the upper echelons of the sect had already begun to take action. On the huge grounds in the middle of the northern and southern regions, many arenas were slowly built, attracting everyone's attention. The top saint selection was a competition for every saint's ability. The rules of the selection were extremely simple. It was an all-out battle between the saints. If they won, they would advance to the next round. The final 10 people would be the top saints. At the same time, countless saints who were out or in seclusion appeared in the sect during these 10 days. Such a grand event involved every saint. How could they miss it? At the same time, Han Chun appeared in front of Yen Chutian's cave abode again. This time, he did not conceal his aura, so Mu Wan also sensed it and appeared in Yen Chutian's cave abode a moment later. Without any fear of Mu Wan, Han Chun raised his hand and handed a jade bottle to Yen Chutian. Then, he met Yen Chutian's gaze and said slowly, "This is the last thing you wanted." Hearing that, Yen Chutian opened the jade bottle and scanned it. He immediately beamed at Han Chun and said, "Thank you for your reward, Elder Han." However, while Yen Chutian was beaming with joy, Han Chun did not smile at all. Instead, his expression remained calm. He glanced at Mu Wan before looking back at Yen Chutian and said slowly, "The top saint selection is in 5 days. Are you ready?" "Yes." Mu Wan nodded slightly, but Yen Chutian's reaction was much more lively than hers. He continued to smile and said, "Don't worry, Elder Han. The top saint position will naturally belong to senior sister and me. At the same time, the 2 of us will also shine in the Tianji gathering." Kid, you sure make it sound nice. If it was your senior sister, I naturally wouldn't be worried. But if it's just you, aren't you being a little too arrogant to say such words? Han Chen frowned slightly. Although Yan Chutian was also extraordinary in his eyes, he had only just entered the elixir realm. Compared to those peak saints who were comparable to 4th level elixir, the gap was still too big. Even Mu Wan made him slightly worried. After all, Mu Wan's cultivation was only at level 2 elixir. Then it seems that Elder Han does not believe in the strength of senior sister and I. In response to Han Chen's question, Yan Chutian did not hold back at all as he continued to argue. How about this? If the two of us are really able to become top-tier saints, how about Elder Han prepare a star origin pill for me and senior sister? Star origin pill? Han Chen's indifferent face couldn't help but twitch. He didn't expect that Yan Chutian would really dare to mention it, even mentioning the star origin pill. However, Han Chen didn't want to show any weakness. At the same time, he responded domineeringly to Yan Chutian's words. Alright, I, Han Chen, can still take out 2-star origin pills. If the two of you become top-tier saints, this old man will give each of you a star origin pill. But if we succeed, we will get a star origin pill. What if we fail? Elder Han must be joking. If we fail, we will also lose the reason why we agreed to join the southern region. So, how can we fail? Moreover, it's just becoming one of the top-tier saints. How can this be considered a failure? After sending Han Chen off, Yan Chutian took the last few things that Han Chen had given him and prepared to go into seclusion for the last time. Even though he had successfully condensed 2 spirit patterns, the barely condensed spirit patterns were too rough. It could only be perfected by repeated polishing. This was the purpose of his seclusion. However, the extent to which he could perfect the 2 spirit patterns in these 5 days would depend on Yan Chutian himself and the will of the heavens. The last 5 days passed in the end. On the day after the 5th day, before dawn, many figures rushed to the central square. Even though they weren't saints and didn't have the qualifications to participate in the selection, their purpose wasn't to participate in the selection. They just wanted to see this sumptuous feast. The sun rose from the east, bringing with it a warm light that gradually enveloped the earth. Looking over, there were already countless figures gathered around the square. Most likely, almost all the disciples of the southern region had already appeared here. Thus, when Yan Chutian appeared here, a trace of days flashed across his face. Even though he had seen many grander scenes, this still made him reminisce about the past. He reminisced about the times when he participated in such grand events with great expectations, doing his best to stand out from the crowd, standing at the peak and enjoying the admiration of countless gazes. He had gained a lot along the way, but lost a lot at the same time. And this rebirth was like giving him a chance to start all over again. What's wrong? Seeing that Yan Chutian seemed to be in a daze, Mu Wan couldn't help but ask softly. Hearing this, the former subconsciously raised his head and immediately locked his eyes on her. Looking at this extremely familiar face, Yan Chutian finally couldn't suppress the emotions in his heart. Under Mu Wan's shocked gaze, he raised his hand and held her jade hand tightly. Feeling the other party's domineering aura, Mu Wan didn't know what was wrong with her. She actually couldn't summon up any strength to resist and could only let Yan Chutian hold her jade hand tightly. A crimson color gradually appeared on her cheek. Even Mu Wan herself understood that Yan Chutian's sudden actions were mostly because of her face. This face was extremely similar to the woman sleeping in her body, but she pretended not to know anything and silently enjoyed this moment of warmth. It was a pity that warmth was always short-lived. Yan Chutian quickly regained his senses. Knowing what he had done in a daze, he quickly retracted his hand with a nervous expression. Fortunately, at this moment, the ancient sound of a bell rang, shaking the entire square, and even the southern region. The two of them looked at the high platform in the sky above the square. Suddenly, from the horizon, there were figures flying over and landing on the high platform one after another. Every figure carried a terrifying aura. They were the upper echelons of the southern region, the elders. Their cultivations were at least in the Yuanying realm, far above the disciples and even the holy sons. Many elders appeared. Yan Chutian saw Han Chen and also saw Luo Qingyi, whom he had always heard of but had never seen before. Of course, this didn't include the elders that he had met when he first entered the southern region. Looking at the elders, there were more than 10 of them. Normally speaking, even if it was the selection of the top holy sons, the vice-sect leader and the sect leader wouldn't appear, unless it was the heavenly fate sect. This was because both the vice-sect leader and the sect leader didn't just belong to the northern region or the southern region. They controlled the entire heavenly fate sect. However, what was unbelievable was that this time, although the vice-sect leader and the sect leader didn't appear, someone who was even more powerful than the vice-sect leader did. He was Yin-Yang Master. Holy Teacher, he's here too? The Holy Teacher is in charge of the northern and southern regions, but he almost never interferes with the affairs of the southern region. However, he actually appeared in the selection of the top holy sons in the southern region? Even the Holy Teacher has appeared. Could it be that any holy son in the southern region can attract his attention? Exclamations continued to ring out. Not to mention the ordinary disciples surrounding the square, even the top-notch holy sons participating in the selection, and even the elders on the high platform, all focused their gazes on the middle-aged figure that had appeared somewhere in the sky. However, Yin-Yang Master didn't say anything despite being stared at by so many people. He only nodded slightly at the elders, indicating for them to continue. However, even if he didn't say anything, it made everyone pay more attention to this selection of the top holy son for no reason. In their opinion, for Yin-Yang Master, who had never interfered with the affairs of the sect, to appear, this selection must be of great importance. Looking at Yin-Yang Master's figure, Yan Chutian smiled speechlessly. Others might not know the reason for Yin-Yang Master's arrival, but how could he not know? This Yin-Yang Master was definitely here for him. He probably wanted to see how powerful this fellow who had the guts to propose a deal with him was, right? However, even if he knew the reason, Yan Chutian wouldn't say anything, as if he didn't notice him at all. Because even if he said it, the surrounding disciples would probably think that he was spouting nonsense and flattering himself. Chapter 145. This was not the first time that the selection of the top saints was held, so there was no need for any elders or attendants to say anything. All the participating saints silently walked to the center of the square. There were already countless arenas there, and each arena was separated by a light screen, which was enough to block any external interference. Immediately after, an elderly attendant stepped forward under the instructions of the elders. He held a black wooden box in his hand, and with a slight infusion of spiritual energy, a majestic spiritual screen soared into the sky and intertwined to form a dazzling spirit river. In the spirit river, there were light ball-like objects swimming continuously, and there seemed to be numbers engraved on the light balls. All saints, please draw a number. The one who draws the same number will be your opponent in the first round. The elderly attendant's voice was loud and clear, and his short words clearly introduced the rules. Therefore, in the next moment, all the participating saints silently raised their right hands. For example, Lu Yang, Su Jian, and Loring Luo Shui. Of course, Yan Chutian was also included. Buzz! When all the saints raised their right hands, the spirit river trembled slightly under the expectant gazes of countless disciples. Immediately after, the countless light balls swimming inside seemed to be attracted by something and rushed toward every raised right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a few breaths, the light balls in the spirit river dissipated, and the spirit river also dissipated, returning to nothingness. At the same time, every saint grabbed a light ball in their hand, and the number engraved on the light ball was their number. Yen Chutian slowly released his 5 fingers, and the number on the light ball in his hand immediately entered his eyes. The number he drew was not bad, it was number 6. However, he did not know who his opponent would be. Seeing that all the saints had drawn numbers, the elderly attendant spoke again in a loud voice. Saints who have drawn numbers 1 to 10, please go to the corresponding arena. The battle of the saints is about to begin. As soon as the elderly attendant finished speaking, the saints who had drawn numbers 1 to 10 changed their expressions slightly. Immediately after, they leaped up and rushed to the corresponding arena. Yen Chutian was number 6, so he nodded slightly and signaled to Mu Wan. Then, he also leaped into the air and rushed to the 6th arena that belonged to him and another saint. When Yen Chutian leaped up, a figure also rushed to the 6th arena from a certain direction. This naturally attracted Yen Chutian's attention. When he saw the figure's face, he could not help but laugh lightly. He did not expect that fellow to be his old friend, Lu Yang. Speaking of which, when Yen Chutian came out of the spirit prison to submit his first mission, there was a battle between the two of them. But at that time, the battle ended before it even reached its end. It seemed that today's meeting again was somewhat destined. When the two of them stood still on the 6th arena, they completely confirmed their previous thoughts. However, now that he had confirmed that Yen Chutian was his opponent, Lu Yang's face darkened. After all, the news of Yen Chutian and Su Jian's clan brother, Su Kong, being equally matched had already spread throughout the Heavenly Secrets sect. Of course, he also knew about it. Even he admitted that he was inferior to Su Kong. However, the fellow before him was actually able to fight equally with Su Kong. Didn't that mean that he was already inferior to him? Lu Yang could totally think that way. Yen Chutian must have obtained an opportunity in the ancient sect ruins, which allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds and reach the level where he could contend with Su Kong. In other words, all of this was Su Jian's fault. If it wasn't for him, how could the fellow in front of him have obtained an opportunity? However, now that they had met on the arena, even if Lu Yang wanted to beat Su Jian up, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and concentrate on facing Yen Chutian. He didn't believe that he was a veteran holy son. Not long ago, he was still able to suppress the other party. Could it be that in a short period of time, he wasn't a match for the other party? Dong! The ancient bell rang. The moment the rumbling sound rang out, Lu Yang let out a low shout, and the spiritual energy in his body surged. Wisps of purple aura swept up and quickly condensed into a giant purple beast above Lu Yang's body. It was the beast spirit technique that he had used before. As expected, Lu Yang let out a loud shout in the next moment. Beast spirit technique, spirit of the mystical python. Roar. The giant purple python burst out and opened its huge mouth to devour Yen Chutian. A powerful aura spread out, and even a first-stage elixir cultivator would feel pressured. However, with the spiritual energy barrier around the arena, it could block all of this aura and prevent it from leaking out. Facing the spirit of the mystical python, Yen Chutian's reaction was much more relaxed than before. After all, he had now stepped into the elixir state, and his opponents were only the top holy sons. Even if Lu Yang was stronger than before and had reached the second stage of the quasi-elixir state, he was still not that strong. Great Mercy Tablet. It was still the same spiritual technique as before. Yen Chutian controlled the spiritual energy to gather and interweave into a huge stone tablet that descended to the ground. In the next moment, the spiritual light on the stone tablet burst out and merged into a huge light beam that rushed toward the giant purple python. Boom! The giant purple python and the spiritual energy light beam collided fiercely, and an astonishing fluctuation spread out, just like before. However, the result this time was destined to be different. The two were in a stalemate for a few breaths, and the spiritual energy light beam destroyed the giant purple python. It went straight in and rushed toward Lu Yang's chest without slowing down. Lu Yang obviously did not expect his attack to be broken through in the blink of an eye, so he could only condense a defense with an ugly expression. Even though the power of the spiritual energy light beam was exhausted in the end, it made him extremely embarrassed. His body retreated a few feet and almost fell off the arena. Barely stabilizing his body, Lu Yang's expression was ugly, and at the same time, he was a little surprised. He did not expect the gap between him and his opponent to be so big. It was only the first time they fought, but he was already suppressed to such a state. At the same time, many disciples who were paying attention to this scene had complicated gazes in their eyes. Not long ago, they saw Yan Chutian barely exchanging blows with Lu Yang. But in the blink of an eye, what was once barely exchanging blows with Lu Yang had turned into a crushing defeat. Yan Chutian's strength was simply too fast. Seeing Lu Yang being forced back a few feet, Yan Chutian's expression was normal. This scene was within his expectations. If not for this, he would have found it strange. Otherwise, there was no need for him to compare with those top saints. Although his expression was ugly, Lu Yang was not ready to give up. After all, he still had that ultimate spiritual technique that he had not used yet. This was his final trump card. Huff, taking a deep breath, a golden light flashed in Lu Yang's eyes. In the next instant, golden light continued to emerge from his body. The golden power continued to intertwine, and slowly, a giant golden crocodile appeared. A domineering demonic power quickly spread out. It seemed that even through the spiritual energy light screen, the disciples outside could sense it. Under the influence of this fierce golden crocodile, Lu Yang's mood clearly became violent, and he lost his mind. However, looking at this scene, Yan Chutian did not have the slightest fear. It was only the remnant soul of the fierce crocodile. This Lu Yang was affected by the fierce crocodile and lost his mind. How powerful could it be? Mysterious Yang Hand. With a low roar, strands of profound Yang Qi continuously flowed into his body. As surging energy surged, Yan Chutian raised his right arm and pressed down on the fierce crocodile that had appeared. Boom! As the mysterious Yang Hand suppressed it, the remnant soul of the fierce crocodile seemed to sense it and immediately roared in anger. Then, its golden body soared into the air and rushed towards the mysterious Yang Hand. Boom boom! The mysterious Yang Hand and the giant golden crocodile fiercely collided. The giant golden crocodile was extremely powerful, and the aura that erupted from it was enough to threaten a cultivator at the second level of the spirit transformation realm. However, even with such a powerful force, it was unable to display its ferocity under the mysterious Yang Hand and was slowly suppressed. The giant golden crocodile was slowly destroyed, and Lu Yang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell to the ground as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and he fainted on the stage. On the other hand, Yan Chutian dispersed his power after the mysterious Yang Hand suppressed the giant golden crocodile, and he stood there quietly. This scene brought great shock to the spectating disciples because in this situation, the outcome had already been decided. Yan Chutian wins. A deacon standing beside the stage loudly announced the result, and this announcement completely determined the result. Junior Brother Yan is so powerful. Chapter 146. After announcing the result, Yan Chutian flew back to the stage and appeared at his previous position. Soon after, many gazes gathered. These gazes did not only come from the disciples around the square, but also from the other holy sons. And among these gazes, there was an extremely gloomy one. The owner of this gaze was Su Jian, who had long been known as one of the top holy sons. Su Jian's expression was gloomy as his gloomy gaze locked onto Yan Chutian. Just like Lu Yang, he also felt that his actions not long ago not only did not restrict him, but also helped him cultivate. Otherwise, how could he have broken through to the elixir realm in such a short period of time? How could he have easily crushed Lu Yang after just breaking through to the elixir realm? Looking at the other party's glory, Su Jian really wanted to immediately trample on him and ruthlessly trample on him. Yen Chu, even if you have strength that far surpasses ordinary elixir holy sons and can fight above your level, you are still not qualified to be a top holy son. And if you meet me, I will let you understand the difference between you and a top holy son. Yen Chutian, who did not know that Su Jian had secretly spoken, was staring at a certain stage. Mu Wan was already standing quietly on the stage. Her fitting green clothes outlined her exquisite and alluring figure. Coupled with her beautiful face, even if she did not display any cultivation, she still attracted the gazes of countless men. Who is this woman? She seems to be Yen Chu's senior sister. Both of them were brought back from the outside world by Elder Han. With this appearance, I'm afraid she can even compare to senior sister Luo Shui, right? But I wonder how much strength she, with such a beautiful appearance, can have like senior sister Luo. Even if she can't compare to senior sister Luo, she shouldn't be too bad, right? After all, she was also brought back by Elder Han, and she is Yen Chu's senior sister. Sounds of discussion rang out. Everyone affirmed Mu Wan's appearance, but had different opinions about her strength. After all, not long after entering the Southern Territory, it was Mu Wan's consciousness that took the lead. All along, she had not revealed her talent and only cared about her own cultivation. Therefore, she, who had almost no battle achievements, would naturally be questioned. There were people who doubted it, but there were naturally people who were extremely certain. These people were Zhou Qing and Wang Ping, because they had witnessed the powerful strength displayed by Qiuyu that day. In their imaginations, Qiuyu was already so terrifyingly powerful back then. Of course, he would be even more terrifying now. Even though his cultivation seemed to be only at the second level of the primal core realm, he was probably at the third level of the primal core realm, or even comparable to a top saint. All in all, this battle was about to begin. The person facing Mu Wan was a cold-faced woman with a level 2 elixir. Although she was as cold as ice, her entire body was surrounded by boiling hot intent. It was obvious that she cultivated a fire attribute spiritual art. Dong! The sound of the ancient bell meant that the time for the real battle had arrived. Before the sound had died down, the cold-faced female cultivator took the initiative to attack. Her delicate body flashed, and her jade-like fist, which carried the power of flames, smashed towards Mu Wan's chest. This punch seemed simple, but if it was blocked with a simple spiritual energy light screen, it was likely that the spiritual energy light screen would be torn apart in an instant. Then, the power would continue to surge forward without any decrease in power. However, how could Mu Wan not see the deep meaning of this attack? With a solemn expression, she lightly clenched her jade-like fist. Vigorous spiritual energy surged in her jade-like hand, followed by a powerful punch, colliding with the female cultivator's jade-like fist. Boom! The two jade-like fists collided, and the spiritual energy rumbled non-stop. However, since Mu Wan dared to face it head-on, she naturally had a certain degree of confidence. Therefore, even if the female cultivator's spiritual energy was extremely domineering, like flames that could burn everything, it could not gain the slightest advantage over Mu Wan. Therefore, the final result was that both of them took a few steps back, and the spiritual energy that collided slowly dissipated in the air. This situation clearly surprised the female cultivator. Although the other party's cultivation was at the second stage of the elixir realm, it was obvious that she had just entered and should not be comparable to her. Moreover, her own spiritual energy had the power of flames, so the other party should not be comparable to her. How, although she was somewhat shocked, the cold-faced female cultivator quickly accepted this fact. After all, there was a living example of Yen Chutian. If she did not accept this fact, she was afraid that she would end up in the same sorry state as those guys who had lost to Yen Chutian. After accepting this fact, the cold-faced female cultivator's beautiful face became more dignified. She had already regarded Mu Wan as an opponent of equal strength. Because of this, the cold-faced female cultivator's attack was even faster. After all, in a fight between cultivators, taking the initiative was a huge advantage. However, even though the cold-faced female cultivator had the advantage and continued to attack fiercely, she was still unable to gain the slightest advantage over Mu Wan. During the exchange of fists and arms, Mu Wan was always able to perfectly counter her attacks. Her combat experience was not like that of an ordinary disciple, but more like that of an experienced warrior. After another failed attack, the cold-faced female cultivator immediately retreated a few feet and continued to fight in close quarters. This made her understand that it was too difficult to win in a confrontation of details, so she could only rely on the spiritual energy she had mastered. Unfortunately, she did not know that in terms of spiritual energy, Mu Wan would only be on the same level as Yan Chutian. Who did she need to be afraid of? Golden Flame Body! The cold-faced female cultivator shouted. Suddenly, boundless spiritual energy surged out from her body and wrapped around her entire body. The spiritual energy that surged out was slowly burning like flames, blooming with golden light. When the spiritual energy covered her entire body, it was as if she was wearing a layer of golden armor. At least in terms of defense, the cold-faced female cultivator was much stronger than before. However, after doing this, her movements did not end. After all, no matter how strong the golden flame body was, it was only a defense. She had always been in control of the fight. Golden flame spear. Without any explanation, the cold-faced female cultivator shouted again. The moment she shouted, she gently clenched her jade-like hands. The spiritual energy that was like golden flames spread out from her body, condensing into a golden war spear that was also burning like flames in her jade-like hands. When the golden war spear appeared, the cold-faced female cultivator's sharp eyes locked onto Mu Wan. In the next moment, she stomped her right foot on the ground and rushed towards Mu Wan with the golden war spear in her hand. The golden war spear shot over. With such a fierce attack, even a second-layer elixir cultivator would not dare to take it head-on. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, Mu Wan was not in this category. Therefore, her method was extremely simple. If others did not dare to take it head-on, then she would do it. Mysterious Spirit Condensation Seal. Her red lips opened slightly, and an indifferent shout slowly rang out. The moment she shouted, her hands formed a seal. Suddenly, rich spiritual energy whistled and condensed into a large purple seal above her body. Then, it fiercely collided with the golden war spear. Boom boom! A huge vibration rang out again. This time, the situation was the same as before. Even if the cold-faced female cultivator's golden war spear was unparalleled, it could not gain any advantage over Mu Wan. The golden war spear and the purple seal collided, and the power of both sides was constantly consumed. At the same time, they returned to nothingness. Her attack was broken again. Mu Wan's pretty face was as usual, because this was all within her expectations. However, when Mu Wan was like this, the cold-faced female cultivator was clearly in disbelief. She could not accept it. Why was it that she could not gain any advantage under the bombardment of spiritual techniques? Could it be that this woman was like her junior brother, a monster that ordinary people could not understand? The shock in her heart made the cold-faced female cultivator unable to hold back any longer. She took a deep breath and once again mobilized the surging spiritual energy in her body. This time, the spiritual energy mobilized could be said to be extremely large. The spiritual energy that spread out was like a lake and the sea, enveloping her surroundings. This time, the cold-faced female cultivator finally spoke. "I don't care who you are or how strange you are. As long as you are in my way, I must eliminate you." As she said these tough words, she slowly formed a seal. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy that was as majestic as the sea surged. Beams of spiritual energy rushed up into the sky. This scene could be said to be a magnificent sight. Such a shocking scene was obviously not silent and unknown. When the cold-faced female cultivator used it, many shocked gazes shot over from the surroundings of the plaza, and there was unrestrained shock between their brows. Chapter 147. To be known by so many disciples and cause such a commotion, it was obvious that this was an extremely powerful spirit art. The extreme sea flame world that the cold-faced female cultivator had mastered was like this. Extreme sea flame world. This is actually the extreme sea flame world. The extreme sea flame world is a 7th stage, spirit-grade domain killing technique. Such a large arena is almost completely within its attack range. There is nowhere to escape. There was once an elder who used the extreme sea flame world. Even if it did not display its true power, just the terrifying temperature of the flames was enough to dry up a lake. It is needless to say how terrifying it is. Many disciples exclaimed one after another because the reputation of the extreme sea flame world was not small. They did not expect that a holy son would use such a powerful spirit art so quickly. And because of the display of this spirit art, even though everyone felt that Mu Wan was also shockingly extraordinary, they also thought that the outcome of this battle was already decided. The power of the extreme sea flame world was extremely difficult for even a 3rd stage elixir cultivator to resist, not to mention Mu Wan, who had just entered the 2nd stage of elixir. Extreme sea flame world. Zhou Qing's beautiful eyes stared at the arena, and her worry was not concealed. Even though she trusted Mu Wan, when she saw that the cold-faced female cultivator had actually used the extreme sea flame world, she could not help but be shaken. The extreme sea flame world was indeed very famous. The power displayed by it was almost unstoppable by disciples of the same level. At this time, there should be only Yan Chutian who would always trust her. His pair of dark eyes always had a smile, and he was not worried at all. At the same time, looking at the fiery aura spreading from the cold-faced female cultivator, this aura actually enveloped the entire arena. This must be the extreme sea flame world. Such a spirit art was indeed extremely shocking. Probably no 2nd stage elixir cultivator would be able to block it. But if this 2nd stage elixir cultivator was her, it would be a different story. Her jade-like hand waved again, and her white fingers formed a seal. Following the continuous casting of the seal, there were actually strands of inexplicable fluctuations spreading out. The fluctuations spread out, causing a large amount of spirit energy to sweep up and gather somewhere in the sky. In just a few breaths of time, a lifelike cyan Luan bird appeared in the air. The Luan's body didn't emit any kind of shocking aura. In fact, he couldn't even sense any kind of dangerous aura from it. This was Mu Wan's method of defense? It was truly astonishing. Was this Mu Wan's method of defense? This Blue Luan's aura is a little too gentle. Could it be that she's trying to use this to block the extreme sea flame world? Sigh, the terrifying power of the extreme sea flame world will probably burn this Luan bird to ashes, right? What a pity. I thought she was going to create a miracle like her junior brother. There's nothing to feel pity about. If that Yen Chu were to meet this woman, I'm afraid he would only end up with a miserable defeat. These two people may be among the best among the newly promoted saints, or even some of the veteran saints, but they are still too inexperienced to compete for the position of the top-notch saint. That's right, the sounds of discussion continued to ring out around the square. However, they didn't know that their reactions made Yan Chutian chuckle. Then, he looked at the slowly gathering Blue Luan and muttered, "Even the Blue Luan has been used. Looks like this battle is really about to end," Yan Chutian muttered. He said the same thing as everyone else, but the result was completely different. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the Blue Luan spread its wings. Its seemingly thin and weak body flapped its wings and charged towards the cold-faced female cultivator. Seeing this, the cold-faced female cultivator snorted. She had already used her extreme sea flame world. Could it be that she still wanted to act violently in here? The cold-faced female cultivator's hand gestures changed. Instantly, endless flames surged out from the surrounding space and crushed towards the blue Luan. The spreading heat seemed to be unable to withstand even the surrounding space. It was blurry and distorted. However, the next scene was unbelievable. The flames crushed and gathered, wanting to burn the blue Luan to ashes. However, the blue Luan ignored it and rushed towards the cold-faced female cultivator. When the two were about to come into contact, the blue Luan suddenly flapped its wings. After its wings flapped, there seemed to be an inexplicable force spreading out. It forcibly pushed the flames away, forming a safe passage in the middle for the blue Luan to rush through. How is this possible? The extreme sea flame world actually didn't crush and burn the blue Luan. Impossible. How can this ordinary blue Luan resist the power of the extreme sea flame world? Exclamations sounded from all directions again. However, the crowd's attitude was completely different from before. What was happening in front of them now was something they had never imagined. Not to mention the spectating disciples, even the cold-faced female cultivator's beautiful eyes changed. Her originally cold face flashed with unconcealable shock. She was extremely confident in her extreme sea flame world. She knew deeply what kind of terrifying power the flames contained. It was no exaggeration to say that even if a level 3 elixir cultivator was crushed by the flames, his protective spiritual energy would be burned to ashes. However, what did she see? The blue Luan actually forcibly opened a passage and blocked the terrifying burning flames. How? The blue Luan looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. It accelerated towards the cold-faced female cultivator. It was also this long cry that made the cold-faced female cultivator come back to her senses. At this moment, even if it was unbelievable, the cold-faced female cultivator could only hurriedly form a defense. Otherwise, if she was attacked by the blue Luan for nothing, even she had no confidence in blocking it. Extreme Sea Flame Shield. The cold-faced female cultivator shouted angrily. She raised her jade-like hand, and a majestic suction force suddenly appeared. Not only the flames around her, but even the flame's spiritual energy on her body kept gathering. Finally, it formed a huge flame shield in front of her. The Extreme Sea Flame Shield formed. Even if this was a hurriedly formed defense, she had great confidence in blocking some of it, even if it was an attack from a level 3 elixir cultivator. Not to mention, Mu Wan was only a level 2 elixir cultivator. However, her almost identical thoughts from before were obviously going to fail again. The blue Luan rushed over, and its body gradually became illusory. At the last moment, the blue Luan had already turned into a long green arrow. It carried an aura that seemed to be able to tear through any defense as it fiercely collided with the Extreme Sea Flame Shield. Clang! At the moment of contact, the dull sound of metal colliding rang out. Immediately after, a circle of spiritual energy ripples that could be seen with the naked eye quickly spread out. It only slowly dissipated when it hit the spiritual energy light screen around the arena. However, the storm seemed to have calmed down. When one looked at the spiritual energy light shield that was surrounded by flames, an extremely sharp green light was still crazily spreading. It was as if the light shield was the slightest bit relaxed, it would be torn apart by the green light. However, in this deadlock situation, it seemed that the cold-faced female cultivator's Extreme Sea Flame Shield had successfully blocked it. Crack, crack, however, just as this thought surfaced in the minds of the crowd, a clear and even ear-piercing cracking sound was transmitted out. Many gazes of disbelief gathered over, only to see that under the equally disbelieving gaze of the cold-faced female cultivator, there was actually a tiny crack that extended from the location of the green light on the Extreme Sea Flame Shield. Crack, crack, in the next moment, another ear-piercing sound rang out. Following that, the cracks seemed to have gone crazy as they spread throughout the entire flame shield. In a few breaths, the entire shield was covered. The final result was self-evident. The extreme sea flame shield shattered and exploded into light spots that filled the sky with a loud bang. The cold-faced female cultivator was the first to bear the brunt. She spat out a mouthful of blood as she suffered the backlash. Her delicate body fell backwards, and as the extreme sea flame world collapsed, she completely fainted at the edge of the arena. The fainting of the cold-faced female cultivator announced the end of this battle. However, no one would have thought that the final result would be like this. It was out of everyone's expectations. After a long moment of hesitation, the sound of exclamations finally came. It lingered in the heavens and earth, and did not dissipate for a long time. Amidst the dense exclamations, the deacon at the edge of the arena also announced the result. At the same time, the deacon who announced the result was also filled with shock. Seeing the deacon announce her victory, Mu Wan, whose beautiful face was slightly pale, smiled. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at a certain figure in the crowd who had been paying attention to her. She gently raised her snow-white chin and revealed a happy and proud expression. Chapter 148. Even Yen Chutian was a little absent-minded as he looked at Mu Wan's casual flirtatiousness. It was no wonder that the young and vigorous disciples around him had such exaggerated reactions. However, no matter how excited they were, they could only watch from afar. They could not enter, let alone approach Mu Wan. After defeating her opponent, Mu Wan walked down from the arena and returned to Yen Chutian's side. At this moment, she seemed to have realized her previous attitude. Her cheeks were slightly red as she deliberately restrained her expression and remained silent. Yen Chutian looked at her delicate appearance and could not help but feel hot again. Suddenly, he thought of how she had been looked at by so many men who were like wolves and tigers. He actually felt a little annoyed. However, he did not say anything in the end. He only asked Mu Wan about her current state. After she shook her head and replied, he collected his thoughts and looked at the arenas. The saints were constantly fighting on the arenas. Therefore, the gazes that were gathered around Mu Wan gradually shifted back and landed on the arenas. At this moment, Zhou Yang was also fighting with someone. His cultivation was the same as Yen Chutian's, which was also in the initial stage of elixir. However, he obviously did not have Yen Chutian's strength at this stage. Facing a cultivator who was in the second stage of elixir, he was suppressed in all aspects. Regardless of the quality of his spiritual energy or spiritual spells, he was suppressed by Yen Chutian. Therefore, the final result was almost destined. Even though Zhou Yang tried his best to resist, he was still defeated by his opponent and was injured. Brother! Outside the arena, Zhou Qing's face was filled with worry. She was even more upset when she saw her brother being defeated. She was about to cry. Fortunately, Zhou Yang, who was defeated, was not depressed. He immediately rushed out of the arena to comfort his sister. He originally wanted to give up on the selection of the top saint. However, he did not want to miss it. Therefore, his defeat was already within his expectations. Retracting his gaze from Zhou Yang and Zhou Qing, Yen Chutian's gaze continued to move and gradually fell on Su Jian, who was about to go up the stage. As one of the top-notch saints, Su Jian naturally did not attract only Yen Chutian's attention, but also the gazes of many disciples. Among them, there was no lack of young girls with fiery gazes filled with adoration. After all, not only was Su Jian one of the top-notch saint's sons, but he was also extraordinarily handsome. He could be called a young talent and the dream lover of all girls. As he fought with Su Jian, the third-level elixir saint had a grave expression on his face. There was even a hint of despair in his grave expression. His luck was really bad to be matched up against Su Jian, who was at the fourth level of elixir in the first round. However, since they had already encountered each other, there was no point in complaining. The third-level elixir saint quickly collected himself and clenched his teeth as he faced Su Jian head-on, not giving in at all. However, no matter how he reacted, Su Jian still had a faint smile on his face, with a hint of unrestrained arrogance. He was one of the top-notch saints, so it was naturally not a problem for him to stand out in this selection. In fact, the opponent in front of him was probably not even qualified for him to use the yin-yang sword. Su Jian clearly did not want to use the yin-yang sword. His reaction made the third-level elixir saint secretly happy and ashamed. His opponent was not prepared to use the yin-yang sword, which meant that he did not take him seriously at all. How could he accept this calmly? However, he was even more aware of how terrifying Su Jian's yin-yang sword was. If Su Jian used it immediately, he probably would not have much power to resist. No matter what, the third-level elixir saint was prepared to make the first move. Even if Su Jian did not use the yin-yang sword, his strength was still one level higher than his. How could he underestimate him? Therefore, after exhaling softly, he suddenly formed a hand seal. Majestic spiritual energy rushed out and gathered between his hands. Then, he slammed his hands heavily on the arena floor. Instantly, two huge tornadoes spread out from the ground, shuttling between the ground and enveloping Su Jian. Such a huge attack was enough to suppress any third-level elixir cultivator. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Su Jian merely glanced at it indifferently before shifting his gaze away. With a smile, he raised his hand and gently pressed forward. With this press, the huge tornadoes shuttling from the ground suddenly seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and were actually shattered. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd. They did not expect Su Jian to destroy the opponent's attack so easily. The primal core third-level saint who had also witnessed this scene had an ugly expression on his face, but at the same time, he understood what was going on. Su Jian's strength was within his expectations. Otherwise, he would not be one of the top saints. Million Mountains Technique. Taking a deep breath, he once again formed a hand seal. A vast amount of spiritual energy swept out, condensing into a huge mountain range as his hand seals changed. The momentum was astonishing. Boom! It was as if countless mountains were falling and enveloping Su Jian. This time, the third-level elixir saint felt that Su Jian would not be able to ignore it so easily. However, the result had once again exceeded his expectations. Su Jian laughed coldly in the face of Lin Dong's attack. Subsequently, he lifted his right arm just like before. His 5 fingers moved slightly as waves of invisible majestic energy surged forth, seemingly covering the mountain range. In the next instant, as Su Jian clenched his fist, the mountain range was crushed and turned into spiritual light that dissipated. His attack was easily destroyed again. Not only was the crowd in an uproar, but even the third-level elixir saint's expression turned ugly. He seemed to have overestimated himself. Su Jian's strength was far beyond his expectations. At the same time, the corners of Su Jian's mouth curled up. Then, he whispered, "It's time to end this meaningless battle." As his voice fell, his blade-like gaze locked onto the third-level elixir saint. Then, he slightly gathered his spiritual energy. As the majestic spiritual energy rushed out, a soft voice slowly sounded. White light slash. As its name suggested, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the sky and illuminated countless pairs of eyes. The moment the white light appeared, the third-level elixir saint's expression turned ugly. He hurriedly activated all the spiritual energy in his body to resist, forming layers of light screens. However, the seemingly indestructible layers of defense could not withstand the white light for more than a few breaths and were immediately shattered. In the next instant, a painful groan sounded. The third-level elixir saint's body flew backwards in a sorry state and smashed hard on the edge of the arena. When he barely supported his body, he violently spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura was extremely weak, and he was on the verge of fainting from his heavy injuries. At this moment, the outcome was already decided. How could the third-level elixir saint, who was injured to such an extent, still have the strength to fight? following which, a deacon announced Su Jian's victory. Following which, cheers rang out, and the momentum was probably incomparable to that of all the previous chosens. Looking at Su Jian, who easily won, Yan Chutian narrowed his eyes. There was a trace of seriousness in the depths of his eyes that did not disappear for a long time. Even if this Su Jian had a hostile relationship with him, he had to admit that Su Jian had extraordinary cultivation. In addition, he also knew that Su Jian still had a spirit weapon. If he used it, his strength would be able to reach a higher level. Only then would he be worthy of the title of a top-notch saint. However, no matter how strong Su Jian was, Yan Chutian was not afraid of him at all. After all, the current him was not so simple. Although he had just entered the elixir realm, he had condensed 2 spirit patterns. One had to know that many second-level and third-level elixir cultivators had not condensed even 1 spirit pattern. Just like the previous saints, who had entered the arena, were all like this. However, he had condensed 2 spirit patterns when he had just entered the elixir realm. Countless people would be shocked if they knew that he had condensed 2 spirit patterns. All in all, even if he were to go against Su Jian, he would not be without confidence. At least, he would have the strength to fight. How is it? If you go against him, are you confident? Beside Yan Chutian, Mu Wan asked softly. Hearing her question, Yan Chutian didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he gave an irrelevant answer: we shouldn't be encountering each other. The upper echelons of the sect aren't fools. They won't watch as the strong fight each other and the strong get eliminated. After all, the selection of the peak saint child is for the sake of heaven's opportunity. It was not difficult to understand what Yan Chutian meant. The selection of the top-notch saints was for the sake of the heavenly opportunity. Therefore, the upper echelons of the southern region would naturally try their best to let the top 10 saints stand out and not let the strong fight and be eliminated helplessly. Chapter 149. Mu Wan's soft words stunned Yan Chutian. After several breaths, he helplessly smiled, his face filled with understanding. That's right, he and Xiao Yu's performance was indeed extraordinary, but in the eyes of some people, they might not be considered top-notch saints, because it was still uncertain whether they would encounter Su Jian and the other saints. Even so, Yan Chutian still maintained his previous attitude. No matter who it was, they would not be able to stop him. He had to return to the heaven realm as soon as possible. The stairway to heaven might be the fastest or even the only way. He could not miss it. As he thought about it, the first round of battles continued. Luo Shui, Loring and the rest went up the stage one by one. What was worth mentioning was that facing Luo Shui, who was known as the top disciple in the entire southern region, her opponent, who was only at the first level of elixir, did not dare to accept the challenge. He smiled bitterly and gave up. However, no one laughed at him for giving up. After all, the gap between him and Luo Shui was too big. Even if he insisted on fighting, the end result would be a crushing defeat. He was just asking for humiliation. Seeing that her opponent gave up, Luo Shui's face was still as cold as ice. She did not have the slightest bit of emotion. Speaking of which, she was exactly the same as Luo Qingyi. The latter also had a cold expression. Her body seemed to be surrounded by a chilly aura. Loring was also Luo Qingyi's disciple. However, she was not cold. Her every frown and smile was filled with youthful vitality. Furthermore, because she had grown up, the unique charm of a young girl was even more obvious. Even though she was not as good as Luo Shui, she had already secretly attracted the attention of many disciples. When she grew up a little more, she would probably be a demonic beauty. However, because of her unique situation, no one knew when she would grow up again. "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, a soft voice rang in Yan Chutian's ears. Even Yan Chutian did not react in time and was almost shocked. Mu Wan seemed to have sensed something from Yan Chutian's rather big reaction. Her beautiful eyes followed the direction he was looking at and gradually locked onto an exquisite and delicate body not far away. Tsk tisk, it's really beautiful. No wonder his eyes didn't even move. Mu Wan's faint smile made Yan Chutian instinctively feel a trace of danger, so he didn't dare to refute. He could only smile awkwardly and look in another direction, thinking about how to change the topic. But little did he know that all of his reactions had been noticed by Mu Wan, so she couldn't help but frown slightly and snort lightly in her heart, and then she went silent. 12:30, the first round finally ended. After the first round, half of the Holy Sons had been eliminated, and there were no more than 50 or 60 left. These 50 to 60 people still had to go through the second, third, and even fourth rounds of the arena before the final 10 top-notch saints could be determined. These 10 top-notch saints would represent the southern region and participate in the Heavens Chance competition with the 10 top-notch saints from the northern region. Dong! The ancient sound of the bell rang again, and it meant that the second round of the selection had begun. All the Holy Sons who participated in the second round of the selection drew a new number. This time, Yan Chutian's number was extremely close to the back, and he was already number 29. 29, which meant that his arena match was extremely close to the end, and he was very close to the end. Mu Wan, Loring, and the others' numbers were clearly very close to the front this time. They immediately rushed out of the center of the square and onto the arena that corresponded to their number. There was no need to look at Luo Shui, Su Jian, and the others. They were known as top-notch saints, and their victory was almost certain. The matches that were worth watching were Loring and Mu Wan's. The two women's cultivation levels were only at the second level of the elixir, but their opponents were at the third level of the elixir realm. However, even though their cultivation levels were not as high, they still fought with their opponents and finally defeated them in a way that shocked everyone. The weak defeated the strong. When Mu Wan returned, Yan Chutian generously gave himself the most admirable smile. He smiled and said, "Senior Sister Xiaoyu, you're mighty and domineering." Mu Wan was also amused by Yan Chutian's comical attitude, but she quickly restrained her smile when she recalled a certain situation not long ago. However, since she had already laughed, she could not take it back, so Mu Wan looked rather awkward. Her cheeks were red, and she did not know what to do. After a few people, it was finally Yan Chutian's turn. Yan Chutian's appearance attracted a lot of attention. After all, he was already a famous figure in the southern region, and his reputation could be said to be the best below the top-notch saints. Yan Chutian went up the stage under the gazes of many. When he looked over, he saw a 2-meter-tall dark figure standing on the other side of the stage, like a tower. The tower was as immovable as a mountain, as if it was connected to the entire stage and the ground. It was as if no matter what attack landed on it, it would not move an inch. Like Yan Chutian, this iron tower-like figure also attracted the gazes of many people. There was even an elder who cast his gaze over and paid attention to him. That's Zhou Xian, the saint. Although the Tianshan elder did not officially accept him as a disciple, he can be considered half a disciple after several teachings. Speaking of which, isn't Yan Chu an elder's disciple? This is going to be interesting. This is the first time the disciples of two elders are competing. That's the truth. However, Yan Chu has already stepped into the third level of the elixir realm, which is 2 levels higher than Yan Chu, who is at the first level of the elixir realm. Moreover, senior brother Zhou Xian has condensed a spiritual inscription. What? Senior brother Zhou Xian has condensed a spiritual inscription? Spiritual inscriptions were not foreign to any cultivator. In fact, they were very familiar with them. After stepping into the elixir realm, other than forming an elixir in the Dantian, one had to condense a spiritual inscription on the elixir realm. However, condensing a spiritual inscription was extremely difficult. It was normal for some cultivators at the 3rd or 4th level of the elixir realm to not condense a spiritual inscription. However, Zhou Xian was obviously not an ordinary cultivator. He had already condensed a spiritual inscription. Therefore, the crowd's cheers immediately leaned towards Zhou Xian, because Zhou Xian had too much of an advantage. In their opinion, even if Yan Chutian could fight against someone of a higher level, it was impossible for him to overcome such a huge gap. Therefore, some mocking laughter could be heard continuously. Looks like Yan Chu's luck is coming to an end. He has no chance of winning against Zhou Xian. Yan Chu has just entered the elixir realm. I'm afraid he doesn't even know what a spiritual inscription is. How can he compete with Zhou Xian? Being able to reach this step should have been his limit. He should stop before going too far. Otherwise, if he gets lucky and becomes the top saint of the southern region, it will be the misfortune of the southern region. With the spiritual energy light screen, Yan Chutian could not hear what was going on outside. However, this did not prevent him from knowing what kind of uproar the people outside were about. After all, he could see the cultivation of the man in front of him, as well as the faint intent of the spiritual inscription. He was afraid that the man in front of him had already condensed a spiritual inscription. Condensed a spiritual inscription, Yan Chutian muttered to himself. There was no fear on his face. So what if the other party had condensed a spiritual inscription? He had condensed 2 spiritual inscriptions. When Yan Chutian looked at Zhou Xian naturally looked back at him. His gaze was gloomy and cold. His expression couldn't be described as haughty or solemn, but it exuded confidence from within. This confidence meant that no matter who stood in front of him, he was confident that he could defeat them. I know you. You are the disciple brought back by Elder Han Chun. Zhou Xian suddenly said slowly. His face was still calm. Hearing this, Yan Chutian also replied calmly. I also know you. You are the disciple of the Sky Mountain Elder. I am not the disciple of the Sky Mountain Elder. I was just lucky to be taught by the Elder. However, I will work hard to become the Elder's true disciple. So, do you understand what I mean? Zhou Xian's meaning was self-evident. He was determined to win this battle. If he wanted to snatch victory from his hands, then he was simply not taking him, Yan Chutian, seriously. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not answer Zhou Xian directly. Instead, he moved slightly and assumed a fighting stance. Senior brother Zhou Xian, please enlighten me. On the high platform, Han Chen's eyes were fixed on a certain arena. While he was staring, an old man's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. It was none other than Elder Tianshan. Chapter 150. The Elder of Tianshan Mountain said faintly, with great confidence in his words. Although Zhou Xian was not his disciple, he had secretly taught Zhou Xian several times. Therefore, he was very clear about Zhou Xian's cultivation and strength. Although he was only at the 3rd level of elixir, in terms of real strength, he could even fight against some 4th-level elixir cultivators. As for Yan Chutian, in his eyes, he was indeed an outstanding genius disciple. However, as he said, Yan Chutian, who had just entered elixir, was still too immature. Therefore, how could he be compared to Zhou Xian? Hearing this, how could Han Chen not understand what the elder was thinking? He did not intend to argue with him. After all, any argument would be futile. Only real strength could prove everything. Therefore, Han Chen only looked at Yan Chutian from afar, looking forward to meeting Zhou Xian. He wanted to see if Zhou Xian could perform amazingly when they met. Senior Zhou Xian, please enlighten me. Yan Chutian got into a stance and was ready for this fierce battle. Seeing this, how could Zhou Xian be afraid? After the bell rang to announce the start of the battle, he walked towards Yan Chutian under the gaze of countless people. Zhou Xian's speed was not fast, but there was a special rhythm to his steps. It was as if there were threads of spiritual power constantly spreading out and entangling Yan Chutian, making it impossible for him to dodge. When he stepped in front of Yan Chutian, Zhou Xian suddenly threw a punch. The seemingly ordinary punch suddenly shook a huge spiritual power vortex and smashed towards Yan Chutian with unparalleled power. Although he was entangled by the rhythm, Yan Chutian admitted that it was not impossible for him to break free. However, he did not wish to break free. After all, he wanted to test the might of this Zhou Xian, who seemed to be extremely proficient in strength. Therefore, he raised his arms slightly. Along with this action, majestic spiritual power surged out and gathered in front of him, condensing into a solid spiritual power light shield. With this kind of defense, Yan Chutian was confident that he could block the attack of any second or third level elixir cultivator. However, this kind of defense did not seem to have any effect on Zhou Xian. As the heavy fist smashed down, the spirit energy vortex struck down and easily pierced through the spirit energy light shield as though it was piercing through a layer of paper. Following that, the might of the fist did not diminish as it continued to heavily smash against Yan Chutian's raised arms. Bang! A dull and heavy sound resounded. Under this punch, Yan Chutian's body actually retreated dozens of feet, leaving 2 obvious scratches on the ground before he finally stabilized his body. After stabilizing his body, Yan Chutian immediately loosened his somewhat aching arms. His eyes flickered with a solemn expression. In this exchange of blows, his opponent's strength was both within his expectations and somewhat out of his expectations. It was true that Zhou Xian was a third-level elixir cultivator, but he should be stronger than an ordinary third-level elixir cultivator. Just like Yan Chutian, Zhou Xian's eyes flickered at this moment. Even though he had the upper hand in the previous attack, he had to admit that Yan Chutian, who had just entered the elixir realm, was able to fight against him to this extent. Even some second-level elixir cultivators could not do it. Therefore, it was no wonder that Zhou Xian could be so successful in the southern region. He had genuine strength. However, Zhou Xian was only a first-level elixir cultivator. With this kind of cultivation, Zhou Xian was no match for Zhou Xian. Therefore, in today's battle, Zhou Xian would definitely win. Zhou Xian took a deep breath and attacked again. It was still the same rhythm as before. When he got close to Yan Chutian, he unleashed an endless wave of palm attacks. Although each palm attack did not have the strength of the previous punch, they were continuous. When used like this, it was even more terrifying. The surrounding disciples could clearly see this scene. Therefore, they knew that there was something fishy going on. As long as Yan Chutian was slightly weaker and his defense was broken through by a single palm attack, then the mountain-like attacks would come one after another until he lost miserably. Looks like Zhou Xian is going to be serious. With such a concentrated attack, even a third-level elixir saint like him would find it extremely difficult to block it, right? Then Yan Chu is going to be miserable. Facing the continuous attacks, Yan Chutian did not panic like what everyone thought. He was calm and could even reveal a trace of a smile. Such an attack might be extremely difficult for others to deal with, but it was definitely not so for him, because he could use the special ability to dodge other people's attacks. At this thought, Yan Chutian opened his spirit eye. Although the effect of the spirit eye would decrease as the gap between the two parties increased, with his rich experience, Yan Chutian was confident that he could make up for it. In the next instant, Zhou Xian's continuous attacks bombarded him. In response to his attacks, Yan Chutian blocked them one by one in an orderly manner. Soon after, he changed from blocking them one by one to selective dodging. He could even find opportunities to counterattack from the gaps between the attacks. Therefore, the longer the battle went on, the more serious the expressions of the crowd and Zhou Xian became. This was because Yan Chutian's performance was out of everyone's expectations. He did not appear to be in a difficult situation as everyone expected. Instead, he became more and more at ease. The result was that Zhou Xian's attacks became awkward. It seemed that not only did his attacks not achieve the effect he had imagined, but they also put him in a difficult situation, unable to advance or retreat. This scene shocked everyone, and also caused the expression of the Tianshan mountain elder on the high platform to change slightly. Even though Han Chen did not react from the beginning to the end, he still explained to himself, Elder Han's disciple is really not bad. He can actually do this. However, just as he finished speaking, he was shocked to find that Han Chen did not seem to care about him at all. This made his old face become awkward and embarrassed. After fighting for a long time, Zhou Xian finally chose to withdraw because he already understood that it would be useless if he continued. After withdrawing his attack, he looked at Yan Chutian with a strange look in his eyes. The guy in front of him was indeed strange from the beginning to the end. He could not be understood by common sense. However, even so, he was still determined to win this battle. Since a small fight did not work, then he would directly go all out. With this thought in mind, Zhou Xian immediately stomped his right foot on the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble. With the sole of his foot as the center, circles of spirit energy ripples continued to spread out. Each circle of ripples carried a terrifying impact power that could be said to be unstoppable. Boom! A huge roar followed. As the roar sounded, Zhou Xian's hands formed a seal. When his right foot stomped on the ground again, a golden battle spear slowly emerged from the ground. The golden light on the battle spear was dazzling. As the golden light flickered, a powerful aura spread out. In front of it, even a third-level elixir cultivator would not be able to put up much resistance. It was a terrifying killing technique. Great golden halberd spear! Zhou Xian shouted. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have a golden luster. It was not difficult to imagine that the cultivation of this spirit technique was not easy. Otherwise, it would not have formed such a situation. After Zhou Xian used the great golden halberd spear, the disciples around the square exclaimed again. Although this great golden halberd spear was not an extremely famous spirit technique, its grade was not low and its power was extraordinary. When Zhou Xian used it, even a third-level elixir cultivator would not be able to resist it. What could Yan Chutian use to resist it? Even the great golden halberd spear has been used. This battle should really end now. This is an extremely domineering and powerful spirit technique. It completely displays the will of power. If there is no equivalent power, it is impossible to block it. This time, Yan Chu does not have any room to maneuver. If he does not have enough power, he can only be defeated. Seeing the attack being used, the Tianshan elder's face was also very calm. He had taught Zhou Xian about the great golden halberd spear before, so he knew best how powerful Zhou Xian could use it. Therefore, under this attack, there was no room for luck to decide the outcome. However, perhaps because of the previous awkwardness, the Tianshan elder did not say much. He only smiled faintly and waited for the result to be revealed. When the result came, he would naturally be very happy. Han Chen's reaction was as usual. However, in a corner where others could not see, he finally sighed slightly. The difference in cultivation between Yan Chutian and Zhou Xian was too great. Therefore, even he found it hard to believe. Chapter 151. Yan Chutian's pupils enlarged as the golden spear surged towards him. Even Yan Chutian himself had to admit that such a spiritual attack was enough to threaten him. But a threat was one thing, and being able to resist was another. He had painstakingly prepared for a long time, so how could he be stopped so easily? Silently taking a deep breath, Yan Chutian slowly raised his face. The moment he raised his face, his hand gesture suddenly changed. Wisps of mysterious yang qi continuously flowed from his body into his right arm, and finally gathered on his right palm. This was the rhythm before Yan Chutian used the mysterious yang finger. Previously, Yan Chutian used the mysterious yang finger with great difficulty, and his body would suffer a lot of injuries. But now, he used it again, and it was much easier because he had broken through to the elixir realm, and his physique had been tempered into a true Tier 2 mysterious yang body. The rich mysterious yang qi continued to gather, and finally, at a certain point, it seemed to have reached its peak. At this time, Yan Chutian's entire right palm was shining with a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, he suddenly roared and pointed out 2 fingers on his right palm. Mysterious Yang Finger! Buzz! Along with the roar, an inexplicable fluctuation burst out in an instant, quickly spreading in the air, and rushed towards the golden spear. However, compared to the golden spear, the momentum of Yan Chutian's mysterious Yang Finger was too weak. Even through the spiritual light curtain, the disciples around the square couldn't detect it if they didn't pay attention. Only those elders or deacons with high cultivation could see it clearly. However, separated by a distance, they didn't know how powerful Yan Chutian's spiritual technique was, and they couldn't judge its power. In short, in the eyes of many disciples who thought that the outcome of the battle was already decided, the invisible mysterious Yang Finger finally collided with the golden spear. The collision of the 2 attacks didn't cause any shocking movement. The 2 collided silently, and then the invisible fluctuation seemed to be shattered by the golden spear. This made more disciples shake their heads and sigh. They felt that the truth was just as they thought. When Yan Chu used the golden spear, how could Yan Chu, who was only a Tier 1 elixir realm expert, resist it? However, they, who thought they knew everything, did not notice that the owner of the golden spear, Zhou Xian, had a slight change in expression a few dozen feet behind the golden spear. He stared closely at the golden spear as if he had seen an extremely unbelievable scene. Without making everyone wait for long, the huge golden spear that seemed to have destroyed Yan Chutian's attack fiercely trembled, and an ear-piercing cracking sound suddenly resounded from the spear that was overflowing with lights. Even though the sound was extremely soft, how could the many people who were paying attention miss it? Especially in the next moment, thick cracks spread rapidly on the spear body, covering the entire golden battle spear in just a few breaths' time. How is this possible? Golden spear, how? I must have seen wrongly, it's impossible. Countless exclamations sounded one after another as the cracks spread. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock. They couldn't imagine how the golden spear, which had easily destroyed Yan Chu's attack, was about to be destroyed at this moment. Not to mention them, even many elders on the high platform had a slight change in their complexion. Among them, the one who had the biggest reaction was Elder Tianshan. After all, he thought that the outcome of the battle was already decided, and Zhou Xian's victory was already destined. But at this moment, how could the outcome of the battle be decided? Boom! The golden spear finally exploded, turning into light spots and quickly dissipating. However, this huge movement was far less than the huge waves that had been set off in everyone's hearts. The power of the explosion spread out. Yan Chutian and Zhou Xian were both affected by the power of the explosion. Their bodies flew backwards, leaving marks on the ground. They only managed to stabilize their bodies when they reached the edge of the stage. Just like everyone else, the power of this explosion was far from comparable to the ripples in Zhou Xian's heart. He couldn't imagine that after using the great golden halberd spear, he actually couldn't gain any advantage. Instead, they were evenly matched. While the crowd was in shock, Yan Chutian, who had stabilized his body, took a deep breath and couldn't help but frown. This was because the result of the battle was not what he wanted. According to his thinking, his mysterious sun finger should have been able to suppress his opponent. However, it was normal when he thought about it. It should be because his mysterious sun body's tempering was not enough. Secondly, even if it was still a second-grade mysterious sun chi, its degree of condensation could be more profound. At that time, even if he was still a first-grade elixir, he could easily suppress his opponent. If the crowd were to know what Yan Chutian was thinking right now, they would most likely cry out in alarm. This guy was still not satisfied and wanted to suppress his opponent. Wasn't he too arrogant? After the attack, Zhou Xian was absent-minded. However, he wasn't an ordinary person. The waves that had been aroused in his heart quickly calmed down. He then looked at Yan Chutian again. This time, his eyes were filled with an unprecedented seriousness. Even if it was hard to believe, Zhou Xian had to admit that this guy in front of him, who was just a first-grade elixir, had the qualifications to be compared with him. Perhaps even if it was him, if he didn't have the next move, he could only fight to a draw with Zhou Xian. However, how could he not have the next move? With a serious look, Zhou Xian slowly raised his palms. Suddenly, an extremely heavy and overbearing aura spread out from his body. It was an extremely unique power that couldn't be described with words. The only thing that could be accurately described was that Zhou Xian, who was spreading out this aura, was comparable to a fourth-grade elixir. Yan Chu, even I have to admit that you are amazing to be able to fight with me to this extent. However, this will end here. Zhou Xian slowly opened his mouth. A strange light appeared in his eyes. There seemed to be faint lines appearing continuously. The lines that were full of strange charm interweaved with each other in a strange way and condensed into the shape of a heavy ruler. Dark heavy ruler rune. When the aura around Zhou Xian changed, countless gazes gathered on the square again. Those who knew what was going on immediately recognized what it was. Zhou Xian was displaying his own spiritual rune. On the high platform, watching Zhou Xian display his own spiritual rune, the elders of Tianshan Mountain finally calmed down. Spiritual runes were the greatest advantage of an elixir cultivator, especially when dealing with cultivators who hadn't condensed spiritual runes. Therefore, in his opinion, no matter how good Yan Chu was, he couldn't possibly be Zhou Xian's opponent. At the same time, Han Chen's face also became worried. He knew that spiritual runes were Yan Chutian's greatest disadvantage. Now that Zhou Xian was displaying the power of his own spiritual rune, even if Yan Chutian could resist, he would be in an extremely difficult situation. Not only Han Chen, but everyone who had a good relationship with Yan Chutian, except for Mu Wan, was worried. Even the disciples who were watching the battle leaned towards Zhou Xian again. After all, in their opinion, no matter how strange Yan Chutian was, it was impossible for him to condense spiritual runes when he had just entered the elixir stage. Therefore, how could he fight against Zhou Xian, who was displaying spiritual runes? Zhou Xian has finally used his dark heavy ruler rune. In this way, this battle is finally going to end, right? Zhou Xian should have used his spiritual runes long ago. Otherwise, why would he drag it out like this? You can't say that. Zhou Xian, who has just entered the elixir stage, can force Zhou Xian, who is at the third level of elixir, to display the power of his spiritual runes. This is too demonic. Somewhere in the square, Su Jian looked at the scene in the arena and a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. Since he had also condensed spiritual runes, he naturally knew the power that spiritual runes could bring. It was no exaggeration to say that the power of spiritual runes was almost overwhelming for ordinary cultivators. TSK, so what if you can jump around? After all, the top saint is not a threshold that you can reach. Accept your crushing defeat obediently. However, it's a pity that you didn't fall into my hands. Otherwise, you will not only accept a crushing defeat, but also despair. Before he finished speaking, Su Jian continued to stare at the arena with great interest. In his opinion, the scene of Yan Chu's crushing defeat would definitely make him very happy. At the same time, on the opposite side of Zhou Xian, Yan Chutian's expression remained calm. At the right time, he finally muttered softly, "A spiritual rune that specializes in strength?" As he spoke, he lowered his head and looked at his palm. There was a sword-shaped rune slowly emerging, exuding an ancient and mysterious power. Chapter 152. Dark Heavy Ruler Rune. Zhou Xian's eyes flickered as a huge aura slowly flowed out. It actually transformed into a huge, heavy ruler in front of him. Even though the heavy ruler had only appeared and did not move, the disciples around the square could feel a strong pressure. The heavy ruler seemed to have the power of 10,000 caddies. With a slight shake, it could cause ripples in the air, spreading far and wide. This made them sigh. Indeed, spiritual runes were the strongest attack of an elixir cultivator. If one had the power of spiritual runes, they would be able to crush cultivators of the same level. Therefore, even though Yan Chutian's previous performance had always shocked them, after Zhou Xian displayed the spiritual rune, there was no possibility of a reversal. However, would the reality be like this? Seeing the shape of the heavy ruler gradually appear, Yan Chutian's eyes did not change. However, there was a faint shadow of a sword slowly appearing in the depths of his eyes. The sword body was overflowing with light and colors, revealing its sharpness. On the sword body there were many ancient and mysterious runes. No one knew the meaning of the runes, but it still added a bit of mystery to the sword. In the next moment, Yan Chutian gently changed his hand gesture. As his hand gesture changed, the huge sword slowly projected out. The scene that appeared was extremely similar to the dark heavy ruler rune that Zhou Xian displayed previously. Because of this, the surrounding gazes suddenly changed. Every one of them widened their eyes. An unprecedented look of disbelief spread out and landed on the huge sword that was gradually emerging. This is a spiritual rune? Yan Chu can actually display spiritual runes? How is this possible? He clearly just entered the elixir stage. No matter how heaven-defying he is, how can he condense spiritual runes so quickly? Impossible, he must be faking it. With such a short time in the elixir stage, it is impossible for him to condense spiritual runes no matter what. Countless cries of surprise continuously surged out like waves. This was because they really could not believe that a guy who just entered the elixir stage could suddenly display spiritual runes. Su Jian, who had originally sneered and shifted his gaze away, stiffly turned his head back. When he caught a glimpse of that enormous sword shape, his expression abruptly turned ugly. He had just concluded that Yan Chutian had no strength to resist, but such a huge change had occurred in the blink of an eye. How could he remain calm? Damn it! Impossible! It must be fake. How can you condense the spiritual inscriptions with your cultivation that has just entered the elixir state? The worried faces of Zhou Yang, Li Feng, Zhou Qing and the rest were replaced with joy at this moment, especially Zhou Qing, whose worried little face was now filled with vigor. She stared at the thin figure on the stage, and her heart couldn't help but beat faster. On the high platform, the eyes of the heavenly mountain elder, who was originally at ease, almost popped out of their sockets. Perhaps the number of times he lost his composure today was more than the total number of times he lost his composure in the past year. Because who would have thought that an ordinary new elixir disciple would be able to create shocking scenes time and time again? Spiritual inscriptions, Han Chun murmured. Thinking of the confident attitude that Yan Chutian had towards him not long ago, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. No wonder that kid had always been so calm. It turned out that he had already condensed a spiritual inscription unknowingly. Spiritual inscription? Zhou Xian's expression changed, and his calm face became absent-minded again. He also couldn't imagine that his opponent could use the power of spiritual inscriptions. But his aura was clearly that of a new elixir state. In other words, he, who had just broken into the elixir state, had condensed a spiritual inscription on the elixir state. Waves surged in his heart, but no matter what, Zhou Xian told himself that he had to calm down. Otherwise, he might really fail miserably today. Dark heavy ruler rune / Zhou Xian said sternly. No matter what, he had great confidence in the spiritual inscriptions that he had condensed. Even if his opponent had condensed a spiritual inscription, so what? He didn't believe that he couldn't beat Yan Chu in front of him. The giant heavy ruler slashed down violently with an incomparably huge momentum. As it slashed down, the space trembled as if it could collapse at any time. Seeing his opponent's spiritual inscription slashing down, Yan Chutian naturally didn't hesitate. After silently taking a deep breath, He also formed a seal to control the sword-shaped spiritual inscription and slashed down forcefully. Mysterious Sun Sword Rune. One sword and one ruler collided forcefully on the stage. In an instant, everyone held their breaths, as if they were afraid of interfering with the collision. In fact, their worries were completely unnecessary. With the spiritual energy light screen as a barrier, it was difficult to interfere. Boom boom. After the collision, astonishing fluctuations quickly spread out. Circles of ripples fiercely hit the light screen. The turbulence lasted for a long time before it calmed down and returned to nothingness. Looking over, in the middle of the collision, the ruler-shaped spiritual inscription seemed to have suppressed the sword-shaped spiritual inscription. This made everyone who was watching gently breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't heaven-defying and beyond their imagination. However, in the next moment, the ancient and mysterious inscriptions on the suppressed sword-shaped spiritual inscription shone. Then, the suppressed sword trembled fiercely and actually shook off the heavy ruler. Following that, it slashed down. Boom! The huge sword slashed down, and an astonishing roar sounded again. This time, when people looked over, they were shocked to find that there was a big gap on the heavy ruler. It seemed to have been cut by the huge sword. How is this possible? The crowd's exclamations resounded again because they couldn't believe that such a shocking reversal would happen at the last moment. But no matter what, this was the truth. The gap on the heavy ruler appeared, and in the next moment, the heavy ruler collapsed and rushed back into Zhou Xian's body. After the spiritual inscription rushed back, Zhou Xian immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. This was the backlash he suffered from the spiritual inscription. When the heavy ruler returned to his body, the mysterious sun sword inscription also returned to Yan Chutian's body at the same time. Although the impact of the spiritual inscription this time was not small, it was still much better than Zhou Xian's. And because of this attack, the outcome of the battle was finally decided. Bang! After spitting out blood, Zhou Xian fell to the edge of the arena in a sorry state. Spiritual inscriptions indeed contained a shocking amount of power. But because of this, once the spiritual inscription was damaged, the backlash the owner would suffer would be extremely terrifying. Take the current Zhou Xian for example. Due to the injuries he had received from the backlash, he was unable to muster much strength. Even a quasi-primal core practitioner would be able to easily deal with him. But even so, Zhou Xian used all his strength to raise his head. His blurry eyes opened with difficulty and looked at the pale figure not far away. Even until now, he still couldn't believe it. How could his opponent condense a spiritual inscription when he had just entered the elixir stage? And so powerful! But no matter what, this was the truth. Even if he couldn't believe it, even if he didn't want to lose, his defeat was already a foregone conclusion. When the deacon announced Yan Chu's victory, the surrounding people, who had never stopped exclaiming, became even more exclamations at this moment. Yan Chu, he actually defeated Zhou Xian. Is this defying the heavens? He actually used the power of spiritual inscriptions and defeated Zhou Xian with them. Is this still the quasi-elixir stage? Countless disciples were stunned and couldn't accept this result for a long time. And somewhere in the crowd, Su Jian's face was already distorted. Deep anger was revealed on his face. How could he accept that Yan Chu had turned the situation around? Why was this guy like a bedbug? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress him. And even if he didn't want to admit it, he had a thought in his heart. If this continued, wouldn't Zhou Xian be able to reach his level? When that time comes, would he still have the confidence to win against Zhou Xian? Great junior brother Yan has won. The girl, Zhou Qing, was surprised and excited. She cheered. Her reaction revealed her true feelings, which made Wang Ping, who was beside her, smile helplessly. This silly girl, I'm afraid only you would dare to call Yan Chu junior brother so casually. After the result was announced, Yan Chutian exhaled and jumped down from the arena. He then rushed back to Muwan's side. However, when he landed, he couldn't help but stagger a little. Obviously, even if he won, he also suffered a lot of injuries. At the same time, Muwan hurriedly reached out her hand to support Yan Chutian. She whispered in his ear, "Are you okay?" Chapter 153. The commotion caused by Yan Chutian defeating Zhou Xian was huge. Even though he had already sat down quietly, there were still many gazes that landed on him. To defeat a level 3 elixir cultivator with the cultivation level of an elixir cultivator at the initial stage of elixir was not unheard of, but it was already extremely shocking. Furthermore, Yan Chutian had even displayed the spiritual inscriptions that he had condensed. Being able to condense his first spiritual inscription at the initial stage of elixir was definitely one of a kind in the entire southern region. After Yan Chutian's battle ended, the second round of the selection was nearing its end. There were still some battles going on in the arena, but none of them could compare to the battle between Yan Chutian and Zhou Xian. After recuperating for about an hour, all the battles in the arena had completely ended. At this time, the sky was also close to dusk. Thus, under the instructions of many elders, a deacon appeared on the stage and announced the end of the day's battles. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, the selection would continue. After the deacon's announcement, Yan Chutian stopped cultivating and stood up. With the effect of the small recovery elixir, Yan Chutian had recovered a lot in an hour. His dantian was almost fully recovered. Then, he looked at Muwan beside him and said softly, "Let's go." "Okay." Muwan nodded gently and obediently followed behind Yan Chutian, leaving the square with him. At the same time, the elders, chosen, and spectating disciples were also leaving the arena. The chosen who had passed the 2 rounds of the selection today all looked proud. As for those who had failed, they were all dejected. However, compared to this, the battle between Yan Chutian and Zhou Xian was obviously more shocking. I really didn't expect that Yan Chu would actually defeat Zhou Xian. This is also something that no one expected. Who would have thought that Yan Chu, who has just entered the elixir stage, would be able to condense a spiritual mark? And the power of that spiritual mark is even stronger than Zhou Xian's. It's such a pity for Zhou Xian. He originally had the ability to compete with the top saints, but unfortunately, he lost to Yan Chu. I don't think so. For Yan Chu to be able to defeat Zhou Xian in a head-on battle, it is naturally because his strength is astonishing. It also proves that he is stronger than Zhou Xian. That's true. Speaking of which, this Yan Chu is truly an undefeatable legend in the southern region. Ever since he entered the sect, he has soared like a rocket. From the beginning, he was just a small fry. Now, he's already comparable to a top-notch saint and defeated Zhou Xian. This night was destined to not be peaceful. Even in Yan Chutian's own cave, it was not peaceful. Today's battle with Zhou Xian allowed Yan Chutian to clearly understand the extent of his own strength. The actual situation was not as easy as he had imagined. Yan Chutian was very clear that the power of the sword-shaped spirit mark that he had condensed had clearly surpassed the previous one. This was definitely because of the mysterious pattern on the sword body. And if not for this, Yan Chutian did not know if he could defeat Zhou Xian with just the first spirit mark. Therefore, he had to prepare more method. In fact, Yan Chutian had already started preparing for this. He had only cultivated the most basic of the basics of the mysterious Yang scripture, the mysterious Yang body. However, the mysterious Yang scripture obviously did not only have such a foundation. It included many aspects, such as a spirit art that Yan Chutian had been paying attention to for a long time, the mysterious Yang Qi condensation. The so-called mysterious Yang Qi condensation was an extremely profound spirit art. Just like the mysterious Yang body or the mysterious Yang Qi, it was divided into several grades. If this mysterious Yang Qi condensation was cultivated to a high level, the spirit energy in the body would surge with a raise of the hand and the blood chi would be at its peak. Even if he suffered an extremely huge injury or consumption, he would be able to quickly recover. But of course, because of this abnormal ability, it was extremely difficult to cultivate it successfully. The preparation was even more cumbersome. Even if Yan Chutian had already started preparing, he was still not fully prepared. For example, he still lacked 2 kinds of heavenly treasures, the spirit sea sand and the dragon blood liquid. Yan Chutian had some idea of the dragon blood liquid. It was said that it was in the sect's treasure vault. If he could become one of the top 10 saints, there was a certain hope of obtaining the dragon blood liquid. But for the spirit sea sand, even until now, Yan Chutian had no clue. Only God knew when he would be able to obtain it. After thinking for a long time, Yan Chutian helplessly pinched his nose. His eyes were filled with fatigue. Forget it, he did not expect this mysterious yang qi condensation for the time being. It was better to prepare some more materials. If he could arrange a huge array on the stage, his situation would be much better. The night passed quietly. At dawn the next day, Yan Chutian walked out of the cave house early. Bathing in the morning sun, a trace of joy gradually appeared on his face. After a night of preparation, he was finally satisfied. Perhaps today would really help him continue his triumphant return. Looking at your appearance, you are well prepared. Just as Yan Chutian was about to rejoice, a young girl's voice suddenly came from behind him. Looking over, he saw a beautiful woman in a purple dress, with a head of black hair casually draped over her shoulders, walking towards him. Who else could this woman be besides Mu Wan? Even though he was used to seeing Mu Wan, Yan Chutian's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw her dressed up in such a fresh manner. A trace of fiery heat spread from within as he stared at the former's exquisite body. Feeling the latter's burning gaze, Mu Wan couldn't help but blush. Her heart couldn't help but become restless. She forced herself to remain calm and curled her red lips. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before? Cough, cough. Hearing this, Yan Chutian immediately coughed dryly. He retracted his burning gaze and straightened his expression before looking at Mu Wan again. I have indeed made some preparations. Even if I were to meet that Su Jian, I would definitely be able to fight him. And no matter what, we have to decide on a spot for the top holy sun today. Yes. Mu Wan nodded her head lightly and said faintly, I have also made some preparations. Just like you, one of the top 10 holy sun-s has to be decided. If it were the other 2 new disciples who had only been in the sect for half a year, they would definitely be disdained by the disciples of the southern region. However, this was Yan Chutian and Mu Wan, so even they had to admit that they were powerful. Then, let's go! Let's go! Swish, swish, swish. Even though the sun had just risen, and it was still very early in the morning, there were already disciples constantly flashing towards the surroundings of the plaza. They couldn't wait to look inside, locking onto the arena, and even locking onto the figures that could stand in the center of the plaza. When Yan Chutian and Mu Wan landed on the plaza, countless disciples looked over. They were filled with respect for Yan Chutian, and at the same time, they were filled with respect for Mu Wan. Today, Mu Wan's attire was completely different from yesterday's indifferent appearance. There was a hint of charm in her playfulness, otherwise, it would be impossible for Yan Chutian to be stunned by her. Numerous fiery gazes shot over, converging on Mu Wan's body. Suddenly, Yan Chutian took a step forward, blocking in front of Mu Wan in a domineering manner, blocking all the fiery gazes. The owners of those gazes were filled with resentment, but they didn't dare to say anything. At the same time, Mu Wan, who was behind Yan Chutian, couldn't help but look at him with crescent moons in her eyes. A faint joy spread from her heart. Did this guy learn how to protect his food? Mu Wan didn't know what relationship she had with Yan Chutian, but she didn't want to think too much about it. Even if everything in front of her was just a dream, if she could enjoy it for a moment, then it would be fine. When Yen Chutian appeared on the plaza, a pair of beautiful eyes immediately shot over and greeted him without any hesitation. Yen Chu. Before he finished speaking, Yen Chutian felt a fragrant wind coming from behind him, and then a familiar figure appeared beside him. It was Loring, who had fought side by side with him in the ancient sect ruins. The current Loring had grown a lot compared to before. Her thin and delicate body had quite a bit of undulation, and her body also had a unique shyness of a young girl. Her every frown and smile was filled with youthful vitality, and was extremely eye-catching. Two great beauties appeared beside Yen Chutian at the same time, causing the other disciples to be extremely envious, wishing that they could replace him. However, as the person involved, when Loring appeared, Yen Chutian suddenly felt that something was amiss. The gazes of the two women met in the air, and a faintly discernible smell of gunpowder filled the air, causing him to feel that he shouldn't say anything, and that he shouldn't say anything either. Hello, junior sister Xiaoyu. Chapter 154. Loring had a petite figure. Even though she had grown up a lot, she still looked extremely young and inexperienced. However, she was currently greeting Mu Wan like a senior sister. Clearly, she had other intentions. However, Mu Wan ignored Loring's reaction and did not reply for a long time. This immediately made the atmosphere between the two of them stand out, causing Yen Chutian to be stuck in the middle, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, the two of them did not do anything and just ignored each other. From Yen Chutian's point of view, time passed extremely slowly under such circumstances. However, it was still late in the morning, and there were still elders appearing on the high platform. This time, Yin-Yang Master also appeared on the high platform, surrounded by many elders. His aura was extraordinary. Today, Yin-Yang Master appeared on the high platform again. This immediately confirmed the guesses of countless disciples. Even Yin-Yang Master placed great importance on this top-chosen saint selection. As a result, the last two rounds of the selection would be even more exciting. After all, no chosen would miss such an excellent opportunity to showcase themselves. I never thought that Yin-Yang Master would actually appear again today. Could it be that this top-chosen saint selection is related to the Sacred Master, so it's receiving so much attention? Loring muttered. Yin-Yang Master was even more powerful than her master, and was only below the sect leader of the Heaven Secrets sect. How could his continuous appearances not cause one's imagination to run wild? Yen Chutian remained silent. He naturally knew why Yin-Yang Master was here. Wasn't it because of him? However, he did not want to say anything. After all, it was not easy for him to help Yin-Yang Master deal with another consciousness. Before that, it was naturally better to reveal as little information as possible. While Yen Chutian did not speak, Mu Wan, who had been ignoring Loring, suddenly opened her red lips and said indifferently, "Loring is from the same sect. Your senior sister is right there. I think it's better for you to stand beside her. After all, Yen Chu and I are both disciples of Elder Han's lineage." Mu Wan's words left Loring speechless, and Yen Chutian did not dare to speak. He could only let Loring pout angrily and reluctantly walk back to Luo Shui's side. However, during this process and even after that, Loring's resentful gaze constantly locked onto Yen Chutian, causing him to feel even more pressure. Cold sweat almost dripped from his forehead. Women were always the creatures that gave Yen Chutian the most headache. After Loring left, Mu Wan's indifferent beautiful eyes coldly glanced at Yen Chutian, making him feel even more threatened. He only dared to subconsciously return a smile. However, this smile of his was uglier than crying. Mu Wan knew what he was feeling guilty about, so she did not say anything more. She only used a soft snort that only the two of them could hear to express the dissatisfaction in her heart. At the same time, another deacon appeared with a black box in his hand. When the black box opened, countless rivers of spirit energy gushed out and rushed into the sky. Within these rivers of spirit energy, there were a small number of balls, each of which was marked with a serial number. This scene was just like yesterday. Holy sons, please raise your hands and draw your serial numbers, the deacon said indifferently. After he spoke, the remaining dozens of holy sons raised their hands again and drew their serial numbers. Holding the round ball in his hand, Yen Chutian did not even look at it, because when he drew it, he knew the serial number marked on the round ball. It was 17. This was still a very late serial number. Although it seemed that a late serial number would give more time to prepare, it also meant that the time until the next round would be shorter. If he could not recover quickly during this process, it would become a huge disadvantage, and the next round would be the one to decide the top 10 holy sons. How could he lose? Fortunately, Yen Chutian had the small recovery elixir in his hand. Even though there were only a few left, it was more than enough to deal with today's situation. After that, accompanied by the loud sound of the bell, the third round of the selection slowly began under the fervent and expectant gazes of countless spectating disciples. Yen Chutian naturally paid attention to Mu Wan's movements with concern. Fortunately, Mu Wan's opponent was not a strong one, and was similar to the person she had defeated yesterday. Thus, her victory was almost certain. However, compared to Mu Wan's good luck, Loring's luck was much worse. Her opponent was a genuine 4th-level elixir holy son, who had long been ranked as a top holy son like Su Jian and Luo Shui. Thus, even Loring's face could not help but darken. Her luck was really too bad. Junior sister Loring, please enlighten me. This holy son's reaction was very friendly. After all, Loring was a complete beauty now. As a normal young man, no matter what, he would not behave rudely. However, no matter how good this holy son's performance was, Loring could not bring herself to be polite. That was because her chances of winning against him were very slim. Thus, she could only nod helplessly with a dark face. She continued to calm her mind and circulate all the spiritual power in her body to fight with all her might. At the same time, Su Jian, Luo Shui, and the others also fought with others. Their opponents were not disciples who were also called top holy sons. Clearly, even though it was said to be a fair and random selection, some tricks had been secretly done. However, Yen Chutian did not know what kind of opponent had been arranged for him. Intense battles continued to erupt in the arena. After a long time, the big battles gradually came to an end. Mu Wan won again, as expected, and Loring really lost to that top holy son. She angrily jumped off the arena with her hands on her hip. Then, for some reason, she looked at Yen Chutian from afar with her eyes filled with grievance. This situation was as if Yen Chutian had done something to her. This made Yen Chutian feel very innocent. Fortunately, Mu Wan did not think anything of it. As long as Mu Wan did not care, why should he care about the feelings of other unrelated people? When the 10 arena battles ended, it was naturally Yen Chutian's turn next. He stepped onto the arena. This time, his opponent was only at the 2nd level of elixir. This should be the weakest among the holy sons who entered the 3rd round. He did not expect that Yen Chutian would be so lucky to encounter him. The 2nd level elixir holy son was very self-aware. He smiled bitterly at Yen Chutian and said, "I thought I would be lucky enough to enter the next round. It seems that my luck has run out in the 3rd round." Everyone knew about the shocking battle between Yen Chutian and Zhou Xian yesterday. This 2nd level elixir holy son naturally knew about it. Thus, he knew very well that this guy who seemed to have just entered the elixir realm had strength comparable to or even stronger than Zhou Xian. Furthermore, he had shockingly condensed a powerful spiritual mark. Hearing this, Yen Chutian did not show the slightest arrogance. His reaction was the same as before, calm and dignified. He would not underestimate any of his opponents. Even though this 2nd level elixir holy son said that he entered the 3rd round by luck, Yen Chutian would not simply think that his opponent was just a lucky guy. To be able to enter the 3rd round, even if there was a certain amount of luck involved, There must be something extraordinary about him. As expected, when the real battle began, Yan Chutian found out that this saint's son, who seemed to be only at the second level of the primal core stage, actually displayed a strength comparable to the third level of the primal core stage. However, even if he displayed the strength of a third-level elixir holy son, he still lost to Yan Chutian. After all, Yan Chutian had even defeated Zhou Xian yesterday. How could he lose to this guy? I still lost. Seeing that there was no hope of winning, this second-level elixir holy son sighed. Then, he calmly jumped off the stage and generously admitted his defeat. Seeing this, Yan Chutian also jumped off the stage. The third round was extremely easy for him. However, he did not know if he would still be so lucky in the fourth and final round. After the third round of battles ended, there were only 20 people left in the center of the square. These 20 people were the top batch of holy sons in the southern region. Among them, other than famous top-notch holy sons like Luo Shui and Su Jian, naturally, the most eye-catching dark horses like Yan Chutian and Mu Wan were the most eye-catching. Chapter 155. The final round of the chosen saint's selection was imminent, and the crowd's atmosphere gradually heated up. When the ancient bell rang, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. There was still a deacon who stood up with a black wooden box in his hand. After the box was opened, a bright spirit river rushed out and floated in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. All chosen saints, draw a number for the fourth round. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before the deacon's voice died away, the bright balls in the spirit river shot towards every hand that stretched out. Perhaps because this was the last round, a thread of spirit power extended out and spread continuously when the ball landed in the palm of the hand. Then, the threads of spirit power intertwined and merged, connecting the numbers of two sides. Obviously, the two sides that were connected were the two sides that would fight in the next round. Yan Chutian's gaze followed the thread and finally stopped at the other end of the thread, on the body of a man in green robes. The man in green robes also looked over. When he saw Yan Chutian's face clearly, his expression was still cold, as if he didn't care who his opponent was at all. At this moment, numerous gazes were also constantly looking over and constantly talking about the chosen saint who was determined to be his opponent. When a disciple finally noticed Yan Chutian's opponent, he couldn't help but be stunned and then couldn't help but tease him. This Yan Chu's good luck has also run out. In this last round, he actually met Yi Qing. TSK, among the remaining chosen, there are still people who are on par with Zhou Xian. If this Yan Chu met them, he might be able to continue his legend and become one of the top 10 chosen. Unfortunately, he met Yi Qing. What a pity! Yi Qing is not to be trifled with. Even if Zhou Xian meets him, he doesn't have more than a 30% chance of winning. Even if this Yan Chu can defeat Zhou Xian, he will still be doomed against Yi Qing. Many people shook their heads continuously. Although they didn't say the reason, the constant mention of the name Yi Qing made Yan Chutian think of something. Then, his eyes moved slightly, and there was a trace of seriousness that slowly emerged. The green-clothed man in front of him should be Yi Qing, who had quite a reputation in the southern region. This Yi Qing had always been cold and taciturn, but he had created many miracles in the past. The biggest one was when he relied on his third level of elixir cultivation to kill a fourth-level elixir spirit beast. Even though that spirit beast was already injured, killing a spirit beast that was comparable to a top-notch holy son with just a third-level elixir cultivation was still shocking. At least before Yi Qing, there had never been such a battle result in the southern region. Because of this, if one were to say that Zhou Xian had the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with a top-notch saint, then Yi Qing was already a true top-notch saint. His battle record allowed him to sit firmly in this position. Therefore, all the disciples felt that Yan Chutian was really too unlucky to have drawn Yi Qing as his opponent. After all, other than Yi Qing, there were a few other holy sons that were similar to Zhou Xian. Since Yan Chutian could defeat Zhou Xian, perhaps he could also defeat them. But no matter what, the result of the draw was already a foregone conclusion and couldn't be changed. Everyone could only sigh in their hearts. It seemed that Yen Chu, the big dark horse, would unfortunately fall in the last round today. Some people felt that it was a pity and sighed, but naturally there were also people who secretly sneered, such as Su Jian and Lu Yang and Qin Yi, who had been watching Yen Chutian walk step by step and had now been left far behind. Being able to see that Yen Chutian had encountered such a powerful opponent naturally made them pleasantly surprised. Even Su Jian couldn't wait to go up against him and personally kill him, completely crushing his momentum before he grew. However, even if he couldn't do it himself, Yi Qing was enough. Clang! Everyone's thoughts were not on the same page. Once again, the dull sound of the ancient bell rumbled. Following that, the holy suns all flew into the air and landed on the stage corresponding to their number. When Yen Chutian landed on the stage, the one who appeared in front of him was precisely Yi Qing. "You idiot, your luck is really as bad as mine." Somewhere in the square, Loring clenched her fists tightly, a trace of worry appearing on her pretty face. Obviously, when she saw that Yen Chutian's opponent was Yi Qing, she already felt that there wasn't much hope. However, in the end, she still mustered up her confidence in Yen Chutian. Then, she raised her fist and whispered, "You must do your best." Yi Qing, on the high platform, Han Chun looked at the green-robed man who appeared in front of Yen Chutian and couldn't help but sigh softly. To be able to perform to this extent, Yen Chutian had already surprised him. However, it was as if the heavens were deliberately making things difficult for him, arranging stronger opponents for him time and time again. However, Han Chun also understood that this was inevitable. After all, if he couldn't even pass this round of Yi Qing, Yen Chutian wouldn't have the qualifications to fight against the disciples of the northern region. He might as well give all his hopes to Li Qiuyu. Looking at Yi Qing opposite him, Yen Chutian's expression was as usual, without any fear. Because even if he felt that his luck was indeed a bit bad when facing Yi Qing, he had already made a lot of preparations. If he didn't have the chance to use them, it would be a pity. If everyone knew what Yen Chutian was thinking, they would definitely give him a thumbs up. He was probably the only one who could have such thought. "My name is Yi Qing." The green-robed man, who was also Yi Qing, said indifferently. He introduced himself clearly in one sentence, because one Yi Qing could contain too much information. Hearing this, Yen Chutian also said, "My name is Yen Chu." Yen Chutian's sentence seemed to be a simple imitation, but it couldn't be refuted. His name was the same as Yi Qing's. Just two words could contain too much information. As long as one used this name to inquire a little in the southern region, one would know too many things. But even so, Yi Qing also coldly glanced at Yen Chutian, and then said coldly, "In my hands, I won't give you so much luck. So if you know your limits, go down yourself." Yi Qing's voice was indifferent, but the meaning of his words clearly revealed a sense of arrogance. Thinking about it, which person at his level wasn't proud and arrogant? Regarding this, Yen Chutian's reaction was still indifferent. Just like yesterday when he met Zhou Xian, he silently took up a stance and was ready to fight. Seeing that the opponent was determined, the arrogant Yi Qing naturally wouldn't say anything more. He directly used his spirit art. Light flickered on his body, and his body actually left his original position. In the next moment, he appeared behind Yen Chutian. Swoosh! Turning his palm into a blade, Yi Qing's hand blade fiercely chopped down. As his hand chopped down, it was so sharp that it seemed to cut the spirit qi, dissipating it into nothingness. Such a seemingly simple attack, if one didn't have the cultivation of elixir level 3, it would definitely be extremely difficult to block. However, facing such an attack, Yen Chutian's reaction was very simple. His right foot slightly stepped on the ground, and in an instant, his figure disappeared from his original position. Then, he appeared a few feet away, calmly looking at where Yi Qing's hand blade chopped down. After his hand blade missed, Yi Qing's face was expressionless. His body flashed again, and his continuous attacks continued to descend, heading straight for Yan Chutian. However, no matter how he attacked, Yan Chutian was always able to dodge. Under such circumstances, the expressions of the spectating disciples couldn't help but change slightly. Could there be more twists and turns in this battle? At this moment, even the battle between Luo Shui, Su Jian and the others was not as eye-catching as Yan Chutian's battle. This was because even in the final round, their opponents were still not as eye-catching as them. And what was the point of a battle that was almost destined to have an outcome? After several failed attacks, Yi Qing's face was slightly gloomy. However, his gloominess wasn't because the opponent was able to dodge his attacks, but because he faintly felt that Yan Chutian seemed to be secretly arranging something. In other words, the opponent had a secret method. Therefore, Yi Qing was very domineering. He directly stopped his body, stood in the middle of the ring, looked around, and loudly said, "What method do you have? Just use it." Seeing that the opponent had obviously sensed something, Yan Chutian of course no longer hid. Moreover, there were only a few steps left before he would succeed. Therefore, Yan Chutian swept his right hand, and suddenly, several rays of light burst out, rushing to several corners of the ring and quickly disappearing. However, after the rays of light disappeared, there was a sense of perfection gradually growing between heaven and earth. This is a formation enchantment. Chapter 156. Great Desolate Dragon Formation, Rise. Yan Chutian shouted in a low voice, and in the next moment, the originally calm arena suddenly rumbled. Huge pillars of light visible to the naked eye soared into the sky, and when the pillars of light touched each other, they turned into pillars of light and once again descended onto the arena. In the midst of the turmoil, the huge spirit array was undoubtedly displayed, standing proudly on the arena. Seeing that the other party was activating the spirit array, although Yi Qing did not have any fear in his heart, he still had a serious feeling. After all, the appearance of the great array around him also made him keenly feel a trace of danger. In any case, this great array had reached a level that was enough to threaten him. But that was it. Since he dared to let the other party complete the formation at the last moment, he was not afraid of how powerful this great array would be. In any case, he had sufficient confidence in himself. However, even though Yi Qing thought so, the spectating disciples around him did not think so. In their opinion, it was obvious that Yan Chutian had held back during the battle. Unknowingly, he had actually set up such a huge array. This Yan Chu is really not simple. He actually secretly set up such a huge array. I remember now. He had displayed the power of array Dao a long time ago. Obviously, that was not the limit of his array Dao. It was only a part of it. It seems that he is not completely powerless against Yi Qing. At least after activating such a large array, his situation should be much better. Looking at the huge array barrier that had been completely formed, Yi Qing slowly said, "Is this what you're relying on?" Hearing this, Yan Chutian remained silent. He only raised his arm and formed a seal that entered the array. Buzz. The great array once again made a strange sound, and then, almost visible to the naked eye, the majestic spirit energy gathered above the barrier. Under the guidance of the power of the array, it gradually condensed into a huge dragon that was 3 meters long. The huge dragon was lifelike, and its entire body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Even if a second-level elixir appeared in front of this huge dragon, it would only end up being easily torn apart. Looking at this huge dragon, the spectating disciples could not help but exclaim again. Just by lightly activating the array, it could display such an astonishing attack. The power of this array was truly powerful. Desolate Dragon Strike! Yan Chutian softly shouted. The moment his shout rang out, the long giant dragon shot out explosively, heading straight for Yi Qing. The dragon's mouth opened wide, and waves of dragon roars resounded continuously, shaking one's mind. But looking at such an astonishing attack, Yi Qing was not afraid at all. This kind of probing attack was not to the extent that it could hurt him. Thus, it could be seen that he didn't use any spirit spells. Instead, when the giant dragon approached, he abruptly threw a punch forward. This punch seemed simple, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. When it was thrown, it stirred up the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, forming a huge vortex. Boom! The giant dragon and the whirlpool collided in midair, and a rumbling sound rang out once again. Looking over, one could see that the giant dragon was continuously being shattered inch by the whirlpool. Clearly, the power of Yi Qing's punch was something that even this astonishing giant dragon could not withstand. However, just like Yi Qing, facing the collapse of his own attack, Yan Chutian was also unperturbed. It was as if this scene was also within his expectations. When the giant dragon collapsed, Yan Chutian once again formed a seal, and a series of complicated and ancient seals were continuously sent into the barrier. Following the integration of each seal, a huge amount of spirit energy gathered, and then transformed into giant dragons that appeared between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, there were already 5 dragons dancing on the stage. 5 Desolation Dragons strike. Buzz. The 5 enormous dragons roared in unison, and an astonishing aura spread out. Even if a 3rd-level elixir cultivator stood in front of them, they would not be able to remain calm. After all, the power that these 5 enormous dragons could unleash was enough to injure any 3rd-level elixir cultivator. The power of this formation is actually so strong. I'm afraid that even Yi Qing wouldn't be able to easily block it now, right? This Yan Chu is indeed not simple. The 5 enormous dragons descended one after another, fiercely rushing towards Yi Qing's chest. However, facing such an attack, Yi Qing was still not afraid at all. With an indifferent expression, he also used his spirit technique, and strands of terrifying sharpness continuously appeared and intertwined with each other. Great Dragon Slaying Art. With a soft voice, the power condensed in Yi Qing's hand suddenly turned into a giant blade. As the light of the giant blade flashed, an even more terrifying aura spread out. It was as if no matter what stood in front of it, it would only end up being ruthlessly chopped into pieces. Great Dragon Slaying Art / Boom! Under Yi Qing's control, the gigantic blade slashed down with a loud bang, and immediately, 2 huge waves of air collided. This wave of air seemed to be too huge, and actually caused the formation to show signs of collapsing, as if it was about to be forcefully broken through. In the end, the giant blade and the 5 giant dragons fiercely collided in the air above the stage. This great dragon slaying art seemed to have the intention of slaying dragons, and actually destroyed 2 giant dragons in succession. However, after this, its power was clearly weakened. When the 3rd giant dragon collided with it, it was forced back a little. Boom boom! The 2 attacks were still strongly colliding, and the shocking waves of air were sent flying, and the rumbling continued. Gradually, the power of the giant blade was exhausted, and at the same time, the 5 giant dragons were almost completely injured. Only the last giant dragon was left. Immediately after, the giant dragon surged towards the gigantic blade and collided with a loud bang. Boom! The turbulent rumble spread out again, and as the waves of air surged, the 2 attacks were annihilated. However, when they were annihilated, Yi Qing's movements did not slow down at all. He moved almost at the same time as the waves of air, and his body continued to explode in all directions. Bang! Bang! Every time Yi Qing's body moved, a slight noise would be emitted. However, when these noises were linked together, one would discover that it actually affected the entire formation. The purpose of his actions was self-evident. Yi Qing is breaking the formation. Boom! Accompanied by the shouts of the disciples outside the square, the enormous formation that encompassed the entire arena collapsed with a loud bang. As the spiritual energy fluctuated, Yi Qing's flickering body slowly descended, and he coldly looked at Yan Chutian, who was not far away, as if he had not yet reacted. At the same time, a large number of exclamations sounded from the outside world. Yi Qing is indeed Yi Qing. He seized the opportunity to destroy the entire formation. This time, Yan Chu is finished. The great formation that he painstakingly set up has been broken. What power does he have to fight with Yi Qing? Even if he can still activate the power of the spirit pattern, Yi Qing's spirit pattern power will definitely not be weaker than his. In this match, Yi Qing will definitely win. On the arena, Yi Qing looked coldly at Yan Chutian, and the corners of his mouth gently curled up into a smile. In his opinion, the only power left in the other party was the power of the spirit pattern that he had displayed yesterday. Compared to the power of the spirit pattern, why should he fear others? Sure enough, it still won't work? Yan Chutian said softly. This scene was within his expectations. If he encountered other holy sons, perhaps this great desolation dragon formation would have a certain effect. However, when facing Yi Qing, who was like a top holy son, this formation would become useless. Therefore, seeing that the formation was broken, Yan Chutian calmly accepted it. Then, he lightly exhaled and once again activated the spiritual energy in his body. As the turbulent spiritual energy surged, the same power of the spirit pattern as yesterday appeared. At this time, other attacks were already meaningless. Only the power of the spirit pattern could determine the winner. Seeing that the other party had displayed the power of the spirit pattern and a wide giant sword slowly appeared, Yi Qing smiled as expected. Then, his eyes narrowed. As the spiritual energy in his body surged, the spirit pattern inscribed on the elixir in his dantian slowly appeared and projected between heaven and earth. Cold moon pattern. As he whispered, a crescent moon condensed. When the crescent moon appeared, an extremely cold aura spread out, as if this crescent moon was condensed from the 9 heavens cold crystal. Yi Qing's cold moon spirit pattern was obviously not a secret. When it appeared, the surroundings of the square immediately rang out with enthusiastic cheers. It's Yi Qing's cold moon spirit pattern. The condensation of this spirit pattern is extremely difficult. It seems that one can condense it just by looking at the moon, but the more ordinary it is, the more difficult it is to condense it. Naturally, the power that can erupt will also be stronger. Chapter 157. A crescent moon floated in the sky. Even though they were separated by the spiritual energy light screen and were quite a distance away, the disciples in the square could still feel the chill coming from it. It was not hard to imagine how terrifying the cold energy would be when facing the cold moon spiritual rune. Opposite the cold moon spiritual rune was the mysterious sun spiritual rune above Yan Chutian's head. Compared to the cold moon spiritual rune, the sword-shaped spiritual rune didn't have any amazing aura. It only had a restrained and honest aura. However, this sword-shaped spiritual rune had unexpectedly defeated Zhou Xian's spiritual rune yesterday, so no one could predict the final result. But in general, they still believed in Yi Qing more. After all, Yi Qing was already a top saint. But the result would be out soon. The mysterious sun spiritual rune and the cold moon spiritual rune appeared in the sky. As the aura became more and more condensed, the two spiritual runes emitted a dazzling light. Then, they trembled slightly and suddenly shot out. Boom! Under countless nervous and eager gazes, the sword-shaped spiritual rune and the cold moon spiritual rune collided with each other. Suddenly, a shocking roar resounded throughout the square. As the spirit markings clashed, turbulent waves of qi flew out continuously. Even a third-level primal Korshyojo would not be able to ignore this level of qi. If they were to treat it lightly, they would only end up in such a tragic state. The turbulence lasted for more than 10 breaths before it slowly dissipated. When the aura rippled out, the two spiritual runes that collided with each other retreated and floated above their respective figures. At this moment, the two spiritual runes were somewhat illusory. Obviously, the powerful collision just now had consumed a lot of energy on both sides. In other words, the previous result was about the same. Although this result was surprising, it was somewhat expected. After all, everyone knew how powerful Yi Qing's Cold Moon spiritual rune was, and Yan Chutian had also displayed a powerful spiritual rune power yesterday. To be honest, only a tie could make people accept it relatively calmly. But even the power of the spiritual runes couldn't determine the winner. In this case, wouldn't this battle be unsolvable? Looking at the slightly illusory spiritual pattern above his head, Yi Qing looked indifferent, as if he didn't care about it at all. Then he looked at Yan Chutian and said calmly, "The power of the spirit inscriptions you displayed is indeed shocking. Even though you've only just entered the elixir realm, I'm afraid that even I can't compare to your talent in condensing spirit inscriptions." Yi Qing, word by word, calmly admitted his own shortcomings and Yan Chutian's strength. This caused the crowd to be unable to help but be bewildered. Could it be that Yi Qing was taking the initiative to admit defeat? However, in the next moment, Yi Qing's voice suddenly changed. He lowered his gaze and looked at his palm. When he slowly raised his palm, one could vaguely see that there were golden lines constantly merging in his palm. In just a few breaths, they condensed into half a golden pagoda. This scene made everyone acutely realize something, because their expressions changed slightly, and there was shock and excitement gradually growing. It's a pity that I'm not only refining the Cold Moon Spirit Rune, but also the Thunder Tower Spirit Rune. Buzz. An astonishing fluctuation spread out. When Yi Qing's voice fell, the condensed half of the golden pagoda in his hand was completely revealed in front of everyone. The magnificent pagoda body was overflowing with light. Even if it was only a throne, this aura seemed to be stronger than the previous Cold Moon Spirit Rune. And the appearance of this Thunder Tower Spirit Rune also confirmed the thought in everyone's heart. Yi Qing had unknowingly cultivated the second Spirit Rune. Yi Qing, he actually condensed the second Spirit Rune. It's really unbelievable. It's not easy for ordinary Elixir Level 3 or even Level 4 cultivators to condense one Spirit Rune, but Yi Qing has actually condensed the second one. Although this Thunder Tower Spirit Rune is only half a Spirit Rune and is not complete, its aura is already comparable to or even stronger than the first Spirit Rune. If it gradually condenses and completes, who can stop it? This time, Yan Chu is finished. Under the numerous exclamations, Yi Qing's expression was still indifferent. He continued to condense the aura of the half of the Thunder Tower Spirit Rune. When the aura seemed to have reached the peak, he finally opened his mouth and said, "This is a Spirit Rune that I inadvertently comprehended. It's only been a short time and it's not complete. However, it can still be considered the second Spirit Rune. So, if you continue to insist on resisting, please be careful." Hearing Yi Qing's arrogant words, Yan Chutian raised his eyes and glanced at the half-lightning pagoda several times. Sensing the powerful energy contained within, he could not help but smile inwardly. It was fortunate that he had expected such a situation when he condensed the Spirit Rune that day. Otherwise, it would be extremely troublesome to deal with today. But since he was already prepared, there was naturally no need to be afraid. Therefore, Yan Chutian slightly closed his eyes. After a few breaths, when he opened his eyes again, there was already a three-legged cauldron pattern slowly rotating in his eyes. A majestic aura spread out, causing Yi Qing's expression to change slightly. In the next moment, when Yan Chutian slowly revealed the cauldron-shaped Spirit Rune, it immediately caused Yi Qing's expression to shake. It also caused the surrounding disciples' expressions to change drastically. Each and every one of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, Yan Chutian's voice finally slowly rang out. "Mysterious Sun Cauldron Pattern. Please enlighten me." Yan Chutian's indifferent words spread out, causing an uproar among the surrounding disciples. Even the saints who had already been eliminated had a drastic change in expression. Their gazes were fixed on the three-legged cauldron pattern, as if they had seen something extremely unbelievable. This is a spirit rune? How is this possible? He actually condensed the second spirit rune. Moreover, it's so complete? Is this still the initial stage of the elixir realm? It's fine if he condensed one spirit rune, but he actually condensed a second spirit rune. This. Somewhere in the crowd, Loring's little face also revealed a look of shock. Then, it turned into a deep joy as she said in surprise, "You are really abnormal." On the high platform, the expressions of the various elders also changed. Even if they had seen great storms and waves, they still could not believe that a disciple who had clearly just entered the elixir realm could actually condense two spirit runes. Inyang Master's eyes widened slightly. His eyes that were filled with dignity carried a deep shock. Ever since that day when Yen Chutian came to the Saint Master Mountain, he had secretly paid attention to him. After paying such attention, he was also shocked from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that this mysterious disciple was always creating miracles. Every time, he would be able to surprise and disbelieve people. On the other stage, Su Jian, who was still fighting, looked over from the corner of his eyes. He was also shocked and even absent-minded. And because he was absent-minded, the Holy Sun, who had been suppressed by him, actually found a loophole and crazily counterattacked, causing him to be in a sorry state. After suppressing the situation as soon as possible, Su Jian looked over from the corner of his eyes. His eyes were filled with deep anger. Why was this Yen Chu like a stinking bug? He was clearly about to be suppressed, but at the last moment, he displayed such a shocking situation. At the same time, Luo Shui, who had suppressed her opponent to the point of almost surrendering, also looked over with her beautiful eyes. Even someone as steady as her was shocked at this moment. Yen Chutian's performance was too unexpected. He had just entered the elixir realm, and he had already condensed two spirit runes. How shocking! 2 spirit runes. Returning to the stage, Yi Qing said deeply. Yen Chutian had repeatedly refreshed his understanding. At this time, even he was not confident about his chances of winning against the other party. This was because Yen Chutian had also condensed a second spirit rune. Moreover, compared to the first, it was clearly more complete. Therefore, even if the other party's cultivation was not as good as his, if he activated the power of the spirit rune, who would be stronger? Thunder Pagoda Spirit Rune, Rise. At this moment, Yi Qing did not have much time to think. Even though the situation was already out of his control, he could only grit his teeth and activate the Thunder Pagoda Spirit Rune. Half of the golden Thunder Pagoda surged with lightning, and thick thunderbolts continuously appeared in the rumbling sound, rushing towards Yen Chutian. Facing the attack, Yen Chutian also took a deep breath and activated the three-legged cauldron. The cauldron trembled slightly, and when the rumbling sound was heard, mysterious ripples swept up and went straight for the thunderbolt. Boom! Chapter 158. It seemed like only a breath had passed, but it also seemed like a long time had passed. The turbulent spiritual energy ripples gradually calmed down, and countless eager gazes hurriedly looked over. On the stage, the two huge spirit inscriptions were still clashing. However, one could vaguely see that the Thunder Tower, which was only half complete, seemed to have another crack spreading out on the tower. The result was, ka-ka. While everyone was in disbelief, an ear-piercing sound immediately rang out. Following that, the faint cracks continued to spread, and in a few breaths of time, they had already covered the entire Thunder Tower. Puff! Fresh blood spurted out. Yi Qing's body seemed to have suffered a serious injury as he staggered backwards. Following his retreat, the lightning tower that was already densely covered in cracks also dissipated. After suffering such a serious injury, his second spiritual rune no longer had the strength to continue fighting. On the other hand, although Yen Chutian's three-legged cauldron was slightly dim, it was still emitting a dazzling golden light. The result of this strong collision was self-evident. Yan Chutian had won this round of spirit inscriptions. As a result, the result of this arena battle could be said to be destined. Yan Chutian had once again exceeded everyone's expectations and won. Huff, after spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Yan Chutian's face was unusually pale. Even though he had won against his opponent in the clash of spirit inscriptions, Yan Chutian knew how difficult it was for him to win. It could be said that if his opponent's spirit inscriptions had been completely condensed, then it would be unknown whether he could win or not. Even though he had successfully condensed the second spirit inscription and was even able to use it, his cultivation was still too low. When it came to using spirit inscriptions, he did not have the strength to do so. However, there were no ifs. In short, he had finally won this battle. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Yi Qing violently coughed. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Yan Chutian with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with deep shock, because even he himself couldn't believe that he had lost to the other party. Moreover, it was on the spiritual inscriptions that should have been his advantage. However, no matter how unbelievable it was, Yi Qing understood that this was the truth. The injuries on his body were not fake, and the pain from the second spiritual mark was even more real. No matter what, he had lost in the end. Yi Qing's coughing attracted a lot of attention. Everyone looked at this pitiful young man who was in a sorry state. There was no longer any trace of the demeanor of a prodigy on him. Now, he only gave off a pitiful or miserable feeling. The failure of the collision of the spiritual tattoos obviously made Yi Qing lose the belief to continue. He looked at Yan Chutian with difficulty, got up silently, and dragged his injured body down the arena. Yi Qing took the initiative to leave the stage, so the result of this battle was self-evident. Yan Chutian obtained the final victory. Yan Chu. Yan Chu. No one knew where the first cheer came from. This cheer seemed to have magic, and it quickly spread around the entire square. Words of Yan Chu connected together and resounded throughout the square. After the cheers, Luo Shui, Su Jian, and the others also finished their battles. They had all successfully won the competition, but compared to the commotion caused by Yan Chutian, they were still inferior. Luo Shui's expression was normal, but Su Jian obviously could not continue to remain calm. His face was so tense that it was almost twisted, and he did not have the slightest joy of victory. This was because the trash in his eyes had advanced to the position of one of the top 10 saints like him. Strictly speaking, it was not only Yan Chutian. Mu Wan had also advanced to the position of one of the top 10 saints. Her opponent was like Yi Qing, but even Yan Chutian, who was at the first level of elixir, could defeat his opponent, let alone Mu Wan, who was at the second level of elixir. All the battles in the arena had ended. After half of the saints had failed and left the arena, the remaining 10 people were the top 10 saints selected this time. After all the battles ended, the attendants immediately burst out and led the victors to the center of the square. In a few breaths' time, 10 figures had gathered in the center, receiving the attention of the elders on the high platform and countless surrounding disciples. Ha ha ha! On the high platform, Han Chun laughed excitedly. Seeing that Yan Chutian had won, even he could not suppress the joy in his heart and laughed out loud. Around him, Elder Tianshan's face was slightly twisted. After all, compared to Yan Chutian, who stood at the peak, Yan Chutian was also the saint that he thought highly of. However, he was eliminated by Yan Chutian yesterday. The beautiful middle-aged woman, Luo Qingyi's beautiful eyes were indifferent, but at this moment, she could not help but pause for a moment on Yan Chutian and Mu Wan. Even if she had always acted like she did not care, when such outstanding disciples appeared by Han Chen's side, she still faintly felt a sense of oppression. However, she was not a narrow-minded person. Now that the southern region was facing the northern region, they were like wolves and tigers. It was actually a good thing to have more talents. No matter what, Luo Shui, the disciple that she was proud of, had never disappointed her. "You brat! You did not disappoint me after all." Around the field, a beautiful figure was extremely surprised. It was Loring, who was eliminated early on. Now that the selection of the top 10 saints had ended, she was not happy for her senior sister. Instead, her pair of beautiful eyes stared closely at Yan Chutian, full of surprise. Compared to Luo Ling, Dong Puti and Zhou Qing were much more excited. They couldn't imagine that Yan Chutian would actually win the title of the Pinnacle Saint's son. Just how much time had passed since she entered the southern region? All in all, the commotion caused by Yan Chutian becoming a top saint was far too great. Even Mu Wan, who was at the same level as him, could not compare. After entering the southern region, Mu Wan had been quietly cultivating in seclusion and did not cause any commotion. On the other hand, Yan Chutian's journey had been full of storms. Almost all the disciples clearly knew how he rose rapidly step by step, from obtaining the status of prospective saint at the beginning to becoming one of the top 10 saints in the southern region now. At this moment, some of the disciples who had been at odds with Yan Chutian could not help but sigh helplessly. Who would have thought that a small figure that they had looked down upon not long ago would now ascend to the top of the southern region and become one of the top 10 saints? Dong! Dong! The ancient sound of a bell rang, as if announcing the selection of the top 10 saints once again. After that, several elders on the high platform flew out one after another, heading towards the 10 people in the center of the field. In the hands of these elders were brand new dazzling Identity Jade Tablet. Those were Identity Jade Tablets that only the top 10 saints could enjoy. They themselves enjoyed great glory and attracted countless envious gazes. The one who handed the Identity Jade Tablets to Yan Chutian and Mu Wan was Han Chen. At this moment, Han Chen was still grinning from ear to ear. He narrowed his eyes and handed the Jade Tablets to the two of them. He even said in a low voice, "Your performance today was very good. Fortunately, we did not disappoint you." Yan Chutian did not care about his pale face and immediately said softly, "Then, Elder Han, may I know about the 2-star source pills? You won't be short." Even though he was happy in his heart, Han Chen could not help but glare at Yan Chutian when the 2-star source pills were mentioned. Does this fellow think that I am the kind of person who would go back on my words? Hearing this, Yan Chutian also revealed a smile. At this moment, he seemed to feel the weakness in his body and was slightly dazed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Mu Wan supported him, and this scene made the eyes of many disciples turn red with envy. Biting cold killing intent continuously swept over the surroundings, but Yan Chutian did not care so much. He slept peacefully on the sweet jade. Yan Chutian did not care, and neither did Mu Wan. In fact, she was even a little happy. If everyone knew what she was thinking, they would probably think of tearing Yan Chutian apart. Shameless fellow. Somewhere in the crowd, Loring gritted her teeth and silently rubbed her jade-like palms. Looking at her posture, it was likely that she could not help but rush out of the crowd and charge forward at any time. Cough cough. At the same time, seeing the scene in front of him, Han Chen coughed awkwardly. However, since he already knew the relationship between the two in front of him, he naturally would not say anything. He immediately rushed back to the high platform like the other elders. Chapter 159. The night was quiet, and the restless aura of the day seemed to have dissipated under the darkness of the night. Especially in the cave of Yan Chutian and Mu Wan, this kind of silence was interpreted to the extreme. It was hard to imagine that there were actually 2 top holy sons of the southern region living in these 2 quiet courtyards. In the depths of the cave, Yan Chutian, who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, took a deep breath and then slowly stopped cultivating. At this time, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. After going through a lot, he finally succeeded in obtaining a spot as one of the top 10 holy sons. He took another step towards returning to the heaven realm. However, in the next short period of time, he could not relax, because after the selection of the top holy sons, it would be the confrontation between the northern and southern regions. The Tianji meeting. There was no need to think too much. The top holy sons of the northern region he would encounter at the Tianji meeting would definitely be more troublesome than Zhou Xian, Yi Qing, and the others. If he was not stronger, it would be extremely difficult for him to fight them. Fortunately, it was not that he did not have a chance to become stronger. He had started studying the Xianyang Qi condensation long ago, and now he only needed 2 main ingredients to start cultivating. Tomorrow, he would have the opportunity to enter the sect's treasury and obtain the blood dragon liquid. Next, he only needed to find the spirit sea sand. Yan Chutian knew that he had to take the initiative to find the spirit sea sand. Otherwise, if he just waited passively for news, he would definitely not get anything. After all, ever since he came to the southern region, he had never heard of any news about the spirit sea sand. But now was not the time to think too much. The opportunity to enter the sect's treasury tomorrow was right in front of him. He had to focus on obtaining the blood dragon liquid first. Otherwise, without the blood dragon liquid, he would not be able to cultivate the Xianyang Qi condensation. Continuing to calm his mind, Yan Chutian fell into a state of cultivation again. Under such circumstances, time always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. When the sun rose from the east, Yan Chutian opened his eyes, changed into a new set of clothes, and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, Mu Wan, who was dressed in plain green clothes, seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The warm morning sun enveloped her delicate body. Even though she was no longer as seductive as before, she still revealed a touch of seductiveness. At the very least, Yan Chutian's eyes burned with passion. Fortunately, Yan Chutian had strong self-control and did not forget the main topic today. He immediately coughed dryly and said, "Wan let's go. Today is our chance to enter the sect's treasure vault after becoming a top holy son. We must make good use of it." Before he finished speaking, Yan Chutian hesitated slightly, but in the end, he continued, "Also, if possible, please help me keep an eye on the dragon blood liquid." "You need dragon blood liquid?" "Yes, I want to cultivate another technique of the mysterious Yang scripture, and the blood dragon liquid is essential," Yan Chutian said honestly. Although his relationship with Mu Wan was very close now, if it wasn't for the fact that he needed the dragon blood liquid, he definitely wouldn't have brought it up. Hearing this, Mu Wan lightly nodded her head. In her mind, she had already deeply imprinted the words dragon blood liquid. Then, the two of them flew up in a flash and headed straight for the sect's treasure vault. In fact, the treasure vault was under the sect affairs pavilion. However, without the approval of many elders, even the sect affairs pavilion elders could not open it. Now, with the title of the top holy son selection and the approval of Han Chen, Luo Qingyi, and many other elders, the sect's treasure vault could only be opened once. When Yan Chutian and Mu Wan arrived in front of the sect affairs pavilion, there were no other disciples around. After all, the sect's treasure vault was very important. Since it was going to be opened today, the surroundings had already been sealed off. It was like a forbidden area. Although there were no disciples, Yan Chutian still saw a familiar figure in the group of deacons. He was the head deacon of the sect affairs pavilion, Lin Hao. Thinking back, Lin Hao had also joined forces with Lu Yang and the rest to make things difficult for Yan Chutian. However, they did not know that in another way they had helped Yan Chutian. The affairs of the mortal world were just like this. When Yan Chutian saw Lin Hao naturally saw him too. From Lin Hao's eyes there was a faint, complicated look. He had never thought that Yan Chutian could reach such a level and become one of the top holy sons in the southern region. Perhaps Yan Chutian's current cultivation and strength were still not comparable to him, but in terms of talent, Yan Chutian had already surpassed him. After all, even when he was still a disciple, he did not obtain such a status. However, no matter what, he could not lower his head to Yan Chutian. Hence, after glancing at him, He looked away and did not look at Yan Chutian again. Lin Hao ignored Yan Chutian, and of course, Yan Chutian would not look at him. He also looked away and swaggered into the sect affairs pavilion. In the depths of the sect affairs pavilion, there were already a few elders waiting. In the depths of the sect affairs pavilion, Yan Chutian saw a few elders. Naturally, there were also the rest of the top 10 holy sons. Perhaps because of Luo Qingyi, Loring was also here. She followed beside her and held her arm. When she saw Yan Chutian enter, she gave him a strange smile. Yan Chutian could only smile back. However, just as he responded to Loring, Yan Chutian's cold gaze suddenly swept over. It was only when Yan Chutian stopped smiling that she disappeared. This made Yan Chutian feel a little embarrassed. No wonder Luo Shui had the same temperament as her. In comparison, Loring could be so innocent and strange. It was really strange. Elder Han. Yan Chutian and Mu Wan walked to Han Chen's side and greeted him respectfully. Hearing this, Han Chen nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the rest of the elders and said, "Since everyone is here, let's open the treasury." The rest of the elders naturally had no objections. However, Yan Chutian and the rest of the top 10 could not help but look eager. Even though they were the top holy sons, they had never had the chance to enter the treasury. Now that they finally had the chance, they were naturally excited. Then, the elders present all worked together to slowly open the seal at the center of the hall. Without seeing it with their own eyes, who would have thought that the entrance to the sect's treasury would be in such a conspicuous place? After the entrance to the treasury was opened, an elder immediately reminded them, "There is only one chance to enter the treasury. You must make good use of it. Also, you only have 1 day and you can only take 1 item out of the treasury." Then, Luo Qingyi added, "The treasury may be the only equal opportunity in the northern and southern regions. Whether you can make good use of it or not is up to you." Luo Qingyi's words were not for everyone to hear, but rather for Luo Shui. In response to Luo Qingyi's words, Luo Shui naturally nodded solemnly. Although Han Chen was not as serious, he could not help but signal to Yan Chutian and Mu Wan. At the same time, he secretly passed 2 jade bottles to the 2 of them. "This is the celestial source pill that I promised you. If I say so, I can do it." "Thank you, Elder Han." Yan Chutian received the jade bottle and smiled. Then, he could not help but open the jade bottle to take a look. Indeed, the small jade bottle hid a celestial source pill that was surging with spiritual light. After keeping the jade bottle, the holy disciples had already begun to enter the treasury. The first person to enter was a young man in black robes. Speaking of which, he seemed to have a close relationship with Luo Shui. As for why he said so, it was because Yan Chutian had never seen a man that Luo Shui would pay attention to. With one person taking the lead, the rest of the people entered the treasury one after another. Seeing this, Yan Chutian and Mu Wan did not wait any longer. Once again, they nodded lightly at Han Chen and leaped into the depths of the treasury. What appeared in front of them was a deep tunnel that led straight down. After descending for an unknown period of time, Yan Chutian finally felt that he had touched the ground. However, when he touched the ground, Mu Wan, who was beside him, had already disappeared. It was not difficult to know that the entrance to the treasury was similar to a space portal. After entering, they would be randomly sent to various places in the treasury. Hence, Yan Chutian was not worried about Mu Wan. Instead, he looked up and observed his surroundings. As he scanned his surroundings, he very quickly saw a ray of blue light. As he approached the light, a heavenly treasure that was sealed in a light screen came into view. The heavenly treasure's grade was not low. It was probably at the spiritual level 8 vein level,